Perfect. Hey, Mike, can you hear me? This is Chris. Testing, testing. This is Chris. Who's on this timer one? Michael Bowman, is that you?
Please enter the meeting passcode, followed by the pound sign. You are in the meeting now.
Hey, this is Chris. I'm in the room. Can you all hear me now? Test, test, test. Can somebody let me know if they hear me on Zoom? Test, test, test. Can you all hear me on Zoom? Mike, if you're there, can you let me know if you can hear me?
Hey, Chris, can you hear me? Yeah, I got you.
All right, appreciate it.
This is audio-visual test for transportation. Testing 1, 2. This is for the booth operator. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Loud and clear, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, General Spellman. This is the Transportation Committee staff. No rush, but when there is an opportunity, would you mind giving us a quick audio and visual check just to verify everything is working at your end, sir? Good morning. This is the Transportation Committee staff. To Lieutenant General Spellman's staff, we saw you quite clearly on the video. When you have a moment, no rush, would you be able to give us a quick audio check as well, just to make sure everything's working? Saw that you unmuted there for a moment, but if you did test, nothing came through, just a heads up.
This is Major Werbeck for General Spellman. Audio check, over.
Loud and clear. Thank you very much, though, Major.
Thank you very much.
And good morning, Mr. Liash. We can see that you've just logged in as well. When there is an opportunity, if you could also just give us a quick mic and audio check, or video and audio check, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Yep, this is Logan Stevens on behalf of Jeff. I'm setting him up right now, so give me just a minute.
Understood. No rush, sir. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, I think I'm all set up here for Mr. Liash. How is the audio from his side?
Audio is coming through clear, sir, and we can see you clear as well.
Okay, excellent. I will go back on mute and turn the camera off until we're. At what point do we need to turn the camera back on?
If you could probably make sure everything's logged in about 3 to 5 minutes in advance of the 11 o'clock kickoff time, that'd be fantastic, just to make sure everybody's accounted for before we gavel in.
Understood. Will do. Understood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And
Good
good morning, Mr. Avila. Sorry, sir.
morning. How is my audio?
Audio is loud and clear, and we can see you clear as well.
Your life.
Okay.
Pinkham is on. Layash, Avila, and Spellman are all on. It is time.
And could you hold for just a moment and come here?
Yes.
Good morning to Lieutenant General Spellman's staff. This is the TNI committee staff. We saw you clearly for a moment there and can hear you loud and clear. Would you mind confirming that you can hear the audio at our end as well, please?
Yeah, this is General Spellman. I hear you loud and clear, and we're working to unstick the camera.
Understood. Just verifying that. Thank you very much, sir.
This is a chair. There seems to be some technical difficulties, so you'll bear with us in just a few minutes. Thank you. Okay. Here, she got it. administration's priorities for the upcoming year. This hearing will serve as part one of two hearings on these topics in order to hear from multiple agencies in the subcommittee's jurisdiction. Let me begin by asking unanimous consent that the chair be authorized to declare a recess at any time during today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered. I ask for unanimous consent that members not on the subcommittee be permitted to sit in the subcommittee at today's hearing and be permitted to ask questions. Without objection, so ordered. It is the responsibility of each member seeking recognition to unmute their microphone prior to speaking and to mute themselves upon end of their 5 minutes. To avoid any inadvertent background noise, I request that every member keep their microphone muted when not seeking recognition to speak. Should I hear any inadvertent background noise, I will request that the member please mute their microphone. And finally, to insert a document into the record, please have your staff email it to documentstni@mail.house.gov. Now, for my opening statement, I will tell you that today we will discuss the President's fiscal year 2022 budget request and other policy goals and objectives of the Biden administration. Let me begin by commending the Biden administration for restoring critical funding and respect to the agencies under the jurisdiction of the subcommittee and recognizing the essential role that they play in addressing the critical water resources and human health needs of our communities. As we all remember, the previous administration tried to single-handedly gut the expertise and authorities of federal agencies, both by systematically trying to roll back environmental protections, as well as by slashing agencies' funding to prevent hardworking federal employees from doing their job that we directed them to do, and that provides critical economic, environmental, and public health benefits to the American people. This year, it is refreshing to see that the president's budget request restores the funding levels that are necessary to accomplish the important work of all agencies under the subcommittee's jurisdiction, not just Band-Aid solutions. This budget request would provide funding for critical Army Corps of Engineers projects across the country, which will provide communities with flood protection, water supply, and environmental restoration. I am pleased to see that this budget request includes sufficient funds to complete a dam safety project at Whittier Narrows Dam in California. For the Corps, the fiscal year 2022 budget request represents the largest single budget request for the Corps in the entire history. The budget also calls for the largest transfer of critical navigation maintenance funds from Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. These dollars will fund operation and maintenance at our coastal ports, which strongly support all our economy and keep us globally competitive. Such projects will be essential as we come out of COVID-19 pandemic, and which have been devastating impacts on our export economy. The budget also maintains funding for agencies with large regional impacts like the International Boundary and Water Commission. These agencies have an important role to play. We don't hear much about them in managing water supplies in the Southwest and for keeping our borders clean, safe, and reliable, and for implementing aspects of drought contingency plans with Mexico and the western states on the Colorado River. At the same time, the administration is now reviewing the nearly 100 environmental rules that were weakened or revoked altogether by the previous administration. Today, I hope to hear your plans to correct these wrongdoings and return to the protection of our environment resources rather than the protection of polluters and the bottom line. The reality is Americans know that protecting our water creates economic growth with healthy communities and clean water, as well as for agriculture, for residential and business use. As the administration looks at the many environmental protections that have been attacked over the last 4 years, there are certainly some priority areas for the subcommittee. Overall, we need to ensure the protection of our waterways and the availability of clean water for every community. For example, I was heartened to hear that the Biden administration proposes to replace the dirty water rule, which was the single largest rollback in clean water protections in the history of the Clean Water Act. However, I do remain concerned that every day the dirty water rule remains in place, additional waters, including seasonal rivers and streams in the West and the wetlands across the country, are being polluted, degraded, or destroyed. will also need to address rules which fail to protect children from toxic chemicals, such as the coal ash storage rule and the steam electric effluent guidelines rule. These weakened rules will have a devastating impact on families near facilities that produce such toxic pollution in communities of color, even beyond them. We also need to address rules which fail to give communities a voice or choice in highly impactful projects, whether the project is pipelines that may cut through the entire communities or open pit mines that threaten their natural resources or the way of life. We cannot leave minority, rural, or tribal voices out of the conversation. Today, I look forward to hearing from our witnesses on your budget priorities and learning how you're planning to restore your offices to their sworn duties and missions that were so neglected over the last 4 years. At this time, I'm pleased to yield to my colleague, the ranking member of our subcommittee, Mr. Russell, for any thoughts you may have.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you holding this hearing, and I would like to, of course, thank our witnesses for being with us today, too. And I might add that I hope we can get back to a day when we're all here in the committee, including our panelists. In fact, I think it's past time to get back to that. But that's my editorial comment. A little different viewpoint on things as compared to the chairman's remarks. Today's hearing will focus on the President's fiscal year 2022 budget proposal for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the Tennessee Valley Authority, and the U.S. sector of the International Boundary and Water Commission within the Department of State. First, I'm going to start with the Army Corps. And I appreciate that we have representation from both the Corps and its political leadership at the Office of the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works. You both know how important the Corps projects are around the country, and it's certainly my district is no different. The beaches in my district rely on Army Corps maintenance to protect life, property, and our critical tourism economy in the event of natural disaster. Our beaches in New Hanover County specifically have benefited from regular Army Corps maintenance. These projects require continued and consistent funding. However, I'm concerned with the administration's proposed budget in part because of its lack of dedication to undertaking and completing projects like this. Overall, the President's budget proposes cutting Corps funding by more than 10%, a reduction of almost $800 million. Now, I think we're all certainly of the mind that, or at least most of us, that the federal government needs to undergo a little fiscal belt tightening. But the Corps Civil Works budget is not what needs to be cut. Evidently, this current administration doesn't feel the need for fiscal restraint elsewhere, in fact, particularly in light of some of its other enormous spending proposals. President Biden's $6 trillion budget plan, proposing a level of relative spending not seen since World War II, is not exactly the picture of fiscal restraint. So the fact that this administration has proposed increasing spending in nearly every aspect of the federal government, but then would cut the Corps budget by 10%, defies logic, common sense, and everything else, especially when considering the tremendous backlog of projects. An administration proposes a budget to show Congress and the American people what its priorities are. What is it Speaker Pelosi always says? Show me your budget and I'll show you your priorities. Well, look at here. Based on this budget, it would appear that President Biden is talking out of both sides of his mouth. On the one hand, talking about spending lavishly, supposedly for infrastructure, but on the other hand, putting the extremely important infrastructure projects that the Corps is responsible for as a very low priority. How else do you read it? While on the subject of the Army Corps, I need to take a moment to discuss the announcement from 2 weeks ago that the administration is yet again going to reconsider the definition of waters of the U.S., or WOTUS, as we call it, for purposes of the Clean Water Act. While not a surprise to hear that this administration is proposing to take this action, it's no less a disappointment. I understand that no new regulation has been issued yet, not even an official proposal. However, the system we have in place now, it works. It's fair to our nation's farmers, ranchers, businesses, city planners, and everyone else. A return to anything close to the 2015 WOTUS rule would be a failure, and the regulatory burden placed on average Americans and the effect on the economy would be highly detrimental. As I said a couple weeks ago, no bureaucrat in Washington should be able to dictate what our farm families, small businesses, local governments, and citizens do on their property after a significant rainfall. Now, aside from the representatives of the Corps, we also have folks here from two other important entities, the Tennessee Valley Authority and the International Boundary and Waters Commission. TVA has not taken any federal funds since 1999, which is certainly a rarity among entities created by Congress. However, that does not mean that TVA doesn't face challenges in performing its mission. In fact, I look forward to hearing about what TVA needs to be able to most effectively and cost efficiently achieve its missions, including that of delivering crucial electricity to its customers. And finally, I look forward to hearing from the International Boundary and Water Commission and the challenges it faces as it implements the boundary and water treaties between the United States and Mexico and resolves differences they may have. Again, Madam Chair, thank you for holding this hearing, and I want to thank our witnesses. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Rouser. At this time, I'm pleased to yield to the chairman of the full committee, Mr. DeFazio, for any thoughts he may have.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Pleased to have the Corps and the other entities before us today to talk about, protecting the environment, investing in science, and putting real money toward our crumbling infrastructure. I would just slightly correct the ranking member's statement. It is the highest submission ever. It's $2 billion over what Trump asked for. It's the highest submission ever by a president. All presidents have played this game forever. They know Congress is going to add in more money, but this is the highest starting point we've ever had. So I'm certain we will top the numbers of last year, particularly after 25 years of effort that have unlocked the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund, and we will see the results of that. In fact, I was talking to the Appropriations Subcommittee chair yesterday about there's $400 million unallocated from the unlocked Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund that won't count against her allocations, and I'm hoping to see all of that money spent to begin to deal with our backlog. I wanted to spend the money more quickly. I had to negotiate with two Senate, the Republican-run Senate, two committees. The first committee, we worked it out. We're going to spend the money in 5 years. Then Senator Shelby got involved because the Senate's so dysfunctional, they couldn't pass or even bring up a bill that passed the House unanimously. And Shelby said, no, we're not going to spend that money in 5 years, 10 years. That's how we got to this point. But it is the highest ever submission by a president. Let's see the record corrected on that. It does restore significant funding levels to programs of community level impact, such as flood protection, resiliency to climate change, sea level rise, severe weather events, and other issues. And, I didn't see much commitment to that throughout the reign of the former president and his administration. I'm pleased to see a new emphasis on that. They brought, as I said, a $2 billion lower proposal for the Corps to us last year. Congress fixed that ultimately, but it was not by the initiative of the Trump administration. Simultaneously, they worked dismantling critical laws. The gentleman mentioned the waters of the U.S. I've been engaged in the debate over this issue for a quarter of a century. The rule adopted by the Trump administration removes protections from somewhere between 70 and 80%. They couldn't even tell us in a hearing of the wetlands and waterways in the United States. Now, some on the committee may not be old enough to remember when rivers burned. I do. Some may not remember, because you haven't been out our way, when the Willamette River was an open sewer in Oregon. It's now fishable, swimmable, drinkable. The Cuyahoga doesn't burn anymore. We've preserved critical wetlands for migratory birds and other species. And also they ultimately lead into our rivers and streams and the health of our rivers and streams. We have lost a lot because of the Trump dirty water rule. In fact, I couldn't disagree more with the ranking member. That rule should be immediately repealed. I hate to say it, but the Bush rule to which we would revert is better, way better than what Trump did. And then the Corps, needs to undertake to write a rule that makes sense and works for everybody, including farmers. The first rule in EPA, first rule proposed by EPA was turgid under Obama. And so all sorts of myths were created. It was going to regulate bird baths and puddles on farms and this and that. Under much pressure, they finally rewrote it. And what they finally wrote actually was good. We were holding a joint hearing over in the Capitol with the Senate. And, there was this slide that you guys like to show of a farm field and say, this guy had to go through a full environmental analysis just to farm his field. And I asked Gene McCarthy, the then head of the EPA, what would happen to that farmer under the new rule you're proposing? And she said, oh, it'd be categorically exempt. So actually, we did have a workable rule, and it would have benefited everybody, but also protected critical wetlands and waters. So I'm disappointed they haven't immediately repealed the Trump rule. We're losing wetlands and polluting streams on a daily basis. There are also rollbacks of pollution discharge requirements from coal-fired power plants, and I'm thrilled we've got someone here from TVA today to talk about this. These discharges include arsenic, lithium, mercury, selenium. Those not great things to have in our waterways, drinking water or fishable water. So that's not too good. But I've read that the TVA is somehow taking advantage of this rule and continue discharging unsafe levels. And I hope that I'm wrong, and I hope that the record will be straightened out today. And if not, then we're going to want to see that does happen in the near future. I remember the massive disaster of 08 with the coal ash, where we've lost a lot of contractors who were sent in there to try and clean up that unbelievable mess without proper protective equipment. And more than a decade later, that toll continues. So this is nothing to be trifled with at all. And then one other issue missing from the last administration was significant community engagement. That included all communities, including Native American communities, in terms of moving forward projects which would have major impacts on the environment of these communities. And I'm pleased that the acting assistant secretary overturned one of the last minute out the door policies of the Trump administration to exclude consultation with tribal communities in Clean Water Act jurisdictional decisions. Who thinks that's a good idea? Really? So that's a good step. And I also want to see, because in the Order 2020 bill, I got provisions there to improve consultation. And I'm going to want to hear what the Corps has done to improve consultation. And the Corps also has to swiftly implement the policies which will increase resiliency in projects, utilize nature-based infrastructure, which was again mandated in that bill, options, and provide access to lower income communities to truly maximize sustainable development. So I'm looking forward to this hearing, clearing up some of these issues and questions and laying aside some myths. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all. Thank you, gentlemen. We will now proceed to hear from our witness who will testify today. Thank you all for being here. You are very welcome. On today's panel, we have Lieutenant General Scott A. Spellman, Chief of Engineers and Commanding General of the Army Corps of Engineers. Mr. Jamie A. Pinkham, Acting Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works, Department of the Army. Jeff Lyash, President and Chief Executive Officer of the Tennessee Valley Authority. Daniel Avila, Acting Commissioner of the U.S. Sector of the International Boundary and objection, your prepared statements will be entered into the record and all witnesses are asked to limit their remarks to 5 minutes. Your testimony will be on file. Lieutenant Spellman, welcome. You may proceed.
Madam Chairwoman, with your permission, I would like to defer to Mr. Pinkham to give his statement first.
Certainly. Mr. Pinkham, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano, Ranking Member Rouser, and Chairman DeFazio, and also to members of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to join General Spellman to discuss the President's budget request for the Civil Works program for the Army Corps of Engineers. And as noted, the fiscal year 2022 budget is the highest annual budget ever proposed at roughly $6.8 billion. And we want to emphasize investments that heighten economic and environmental returns, increase the resiliency to climate change, facilitate safe, reliable, and sustainable commercial navigation, and advance the delivery of the water resource projects. In my short time in this position, I've witnessed that our work, and thus this budget, relies on a foundation of strong relationships between the Corps and our public and private partners to help deliver on the three main missions of the Civil Works program: commercial navigation, flood and storm damage reduction, and aquatic ecosystem restoration. And the budget supports a diverse set of tools and approaches to working with our partners, whether it's cost sharing, providing planning and technical assistance, or collaborative conversations on how best to respond to our water resources challenges. In addition, we want to advance two key objectives of this administration, including increasing infrastructure and ecosystem resilience to climate change and decrease climate risk for the communities, as well as promote environmental justice in disadvantaged communities in line with the Justice 40 initiative. And let me give you quickly the top numbers in the budget. The investigations account is funded at $106 million, construction at $1.8 billion, operation and maintenance $2.5 billion, harbor maintenance trust fund at $1.6 billion, the inland waterways trust fund at $52 million, and the Mississippi River and tributaries account at $270 million. Other important accounts include flood control and coastal emergencies at $35 million, our regulatory program at $204 million. The Corps' expense account is at $199 million, and the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Civil Works is $5 million. And if we convert this to how it'll be used on the grounds, it'll be used in projects such as this. $3.4 billion of it will support projects and activities that facilitate commercial navigation. $1.7 billion to help reduce the risk of damages from floods and storms. $501 million to restore aquatic ecosystems to more natural conditions. And also over $75 million that will help increase the resilience of Corps' infrastructure to climate change, including energy and water conservation measures, updates to water control manuals, and a charging infrastructure to support a federal fleet of zero-emission vehicles. In addition, ways to evaluate how we can increase the resiliency of the Corps' infrastructure over the long term. But in this is also $29 million for technical and planning support and assistance to states and tribes and local communities as they take steps to reduce flood risks, including those risks that are associated with climate change. And the American Jobs Plan also includes an additional $8 billion over 5 years for the Corps to improve ports and waterways. You know, there are some important place-based initiatives within the budget, including $350 million for the South Florida Everglades restoration, $100 million increase over the 2021 enacted level. We are going to initiate 7 new studies: Central and Southern Florida flood resiliency, Great Lakes coastal resiliencies, and studies in states at Idaho, Rhode Island, South Carolina, Wyoming, and Queens, New York. And there'll be construction at 4 new projects: McClellan-Kerr Arkansas River Navigation System, West Sacramento, North Fork Harbor and Channels, and a project that will start and complete construction on, the Anacostia Watershed Restoration in Maryland. And we also look forward to complete 2 projects: the Calumet Harbor and River in Illinois and Indiana, and a project at the mouth of the Columbia River between Oregon and Washington. And within the $1.6 billion derived from the Harbor Trust Fund, $787 million will be used to support commercial navigation at the top 50 U.S. coastal ports across the nation, which handle an estimated 90% of the waterborne cargo that is shipped to or from the United States in foreign commerce. There's $252 million for operation and maintenance of Great Lakes projects and $63 million for 5 projects that will accommodate the disposal of material dredge for coastal navigation. Our budget proposal also includes returning responsibility and management of the formerly used Sites Remedial Action Program, FUSRAP, back to the Department of Energy. The budget also advances the process and addresses the climate crisis. As outlined in President Biden's executive order, the Army will evaluate the Civil Works Program to identify the appropriate actions the agency can take to support this policy objective in the 2023 budget. The Army is also committed to securing environmental justice and spurring economic opportunity for disadvantaged communities that have been historically marginalized and overburdened by pollution and experience underinvestment in our essential services. And lastly, I want to point to the Water Resources Development Act of 2020, which was enacted last December. We've moved forward with implementation. A public comment period was conducted, including 5 listening sessions. So we plan to have the implementation guidance for many of the provisions ready in August, but other provisions may require more time to go through the rulemaking process. Madam Chair, it's been an honor to serve in this position and help implement the President's priorities in the Army Civil Works programs. I've been on board for slightly over 2 months, and I continue to deepen my understanding, which I hope will assist in our common efforts to address the challenges we face with the resources that are entrusted to us. And thank you for inviting me today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pinkham. We appreciate your testimony. And now I'll ask the General if your testimony is welcome.
Thank you, and good morning. Chairwoman Napolitano, Ranking Member Rouser, and full committee Chairman DeFazio, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I've been in command of the Corps a little bit over 9 months now, and I would just like to provide a few brief highlights of the great work our team is accomplishing, as we are already making progress on 3 of the my initial focus areas, and those are transforming our organization to accommodate an increased workload, expanding research and development with a focus on delivering projects faster and cheaper and getting after some of our current challenges across the nation, and of course, strengthening our already talented workforce. And these are just a few of the key initiatives that we are going to use to optimally leverage the annual appropriations that we receive, meet the priorities of both Congress and the administration, and of course, to ultimately deliver on our vision, that is to engineer solutions for our nation's toughest challenges. Over the past several years, the Corps has successfully delivered an annual civil works program in the range of $7 to $8 billion. And I want to expand this competency into one that can deliver double that benefit by stretching our dollars further through better partnering practices, revolutionizing our processes, and seeking efficiencies with functional pilot programs. Our nation is again seeking to renew its infrastructure, and we in the Corps are poised to support this pivotal modernization. Some examples of our initiatives include the Corps' continued efforts to build upon public-private partnerships and other innovative financing solutions. We are also working to streamline our regulatory program by providing straightforward, common sense rules, but we continue to face challenges with a funding static stream during an ever-increasing demand on these resources. We will continue to seek efficiencies in project delivery by reducing cost, optimizing schedules, and eliminating unnecessary redundancies. We have successfully validated a number of these concepts through implementation of the Regional Dredge Demonstration Program down on the Gulf Coast, and we look forward to applying those concepts in other regions, as well as furthering potential efficiencies in our navigation program by advancing the beneficial use of dredge material. I feel strongly that in order to achieve this vision, we also need to elevate our research and development program, and we're working to expand our R&D initiatives and strengthen our partnerships with academic institutions to leverage the enormous capacity of our nation's scientists, and so we can meet the challenges of this 21st century head on. Investment in research and development will help us find solutions for today's challenges, like those posed by harmful algal blooms in Florida and the Great Lakes, drought and wildfires across the West, reservoir sedimentation across the country, and of course, we want to engineer more with nature everywhere we work. And finally, successful investment in our future cannot be accomplished without the talented and passionate professionals of our workforce. people remain our greatest resource. Investing in our people, our leaders, and diversity in all its forms, as well as maintaining our commitment to safety in all that we do, are keys to developing our future team. For the past 245 years, the Corps of Engineers has served as our nation's engineers, and we have risen to meet the challenge of the day, and today is no exception. We are going to engineer the future, but we do not do it alone. We need the help of our non-federal partners, all our project stakeholders, and of course, Congress to enable us to succeed. And I look forward to continuing our great collaboration with this committee as we strive to finish quality projects on time, within budget, and do it safely. So thank you again, Madam Chairwoman and members of the subcommittee. I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you, General, for your speech, and it is truly welcome. Mr. Lash, you may proceed with your testimony, sir.
Well, Chairman Napolitano, Ranking Member Rouser, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to represent one of the nation's largest and most innovative utilities and a corporate agency of the federal government, the Tennessee Valley Authority. I want to thank, in particular, Representative Cohen, a member of our Tennessee delegation, for his service to the Memphis area. I have the opportunity to discuss issues quite frequently with Representative Cohen, and I always appreciate his perspective and his counsel on a broad range of issues. My career in the energy industry spans more than 40 years. I was president and CEO of Ontario Power. I served as executive vice president of Duke Energy and Progress Energy and CEO of Progress Energy Florida. From my perspective in the energy industry and in the nuclear industry, I firmly believe that reliable, affordable electricity is foundational to our national security and our economy, more so today than ever. TVA was established almost 90 years ago to serve the Tennessee Valley and the nation by developing innovative solutions to complex problems in energy, the environment, and economic development. Through this public power model, TVA works with 153 local power companies like Memphis Light, Gas, and Water to supply low-cost, reliable energy to 10 million people in 7 southeastern states. We carry out TVA's mission with no federal appropriation of tax dollars. Our last appropriations for the power system were 1959, and as was said earlier, for the purposes of river operations, our last appropriations were in the mid-1990s. TVA has strengthened its financial and operational performance in recent years with disciplined business planning. We've reduced operating and maintenance costs by $800 million a year, reduced fuel and purchase power costs by over $1 billion a year, reduced our long-term debt to its lowest level in 30 years, and we've invested $15 billion so that our generating portfolio provides a cleaner, lower cost energy mix that will last for decades to come, all while keeping TVA's effective rates lower than they were a decade ago and staying on course to keep rates low and stable through the end of this decade. In February, in fact, the Lazard management firm provided an independent review of TVA to our board of directors that recognized TVA's performance and the ongoing value of this public power model to the region and the nation. Today, TVA is working to decarbonize our energy system and support a net zero carbon future for the nation. The core strength of TVA lies in our diverse and clean generating portfolio, one of the nation's most diverse, with hydroelectric power, rapidly growing contributions from renewable energy, natural gas, a lessening contribution from coal, and the nation's third largest nuclear fleet. Our mass carbon emissions today are 63% less than they were in 2005. And we're executing a plan to achieve a 70% reduction by 2030. And we have a path to an 80% reduction by 2035 using existing technologies and without adversely impacting reliability or costs. Our aspiration is to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050, but we recognize that closing that last 20% gap in CO2 emissions to reach that net zero depends on the development of a set of emerging technologies at a commercial scale and at a cost that will enable their broad deployment in the 2030s. Across government and industry, we must work together to develop these new technologies. Now, TVA is investing in research and development of technologies that include long-duration energy storage, carbon capture, to enable their potential deployment in the 2030 to 2040 timeframe and beyond. We're also partnering with the state of Tennessee to support another key technology, the electrification of transportation, which is the leading source of greenhouse gas emissions. And as an industry leader in nuclear technology, we're engaged today in developing new nuclear technology for tomorrow. And we stand ready to help lead the nation in development and demonstration of advanced nuclear technologies, specifically small modular reactors, SMRs as they're known. We see SMRs as a key to decarbonizing our system and our economy. Provided the funding becomes available, TVA's plan is to have a reliable, affordable, flexible, and clean advanced reactor option available by 2032. But it's not a path we can take alone. Industry partnerships, federal financial support, these are essential to breaking through the risks of developing first-of-a-kind technology so that it can be demonstrated, commercially replicated, and eventually exported around the world. TVA would be honored to be part of this effort if it's a priority for the nation and if it brings value to the people and communities we serve. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lash. That was a very good testimony. And Steve, I didn't know if you wanted to introduce. I'm sorry if I didn't let you, but do you want to add a word or two, Mr. Lash?
Guys, myself. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lash has done a great job at TVA in representing the authority in a manner that it deserves. Fresh breath of fresh air from his predecessor, but even then, he's outstanding, and I appreciate his kind remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cohen. Mr. Avila, you may proceed with your testimony, sir.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, Chair Napo, Litano, Ranking Member Rouser, members of the subcommittee. Thank you for inviting me to testify regarding the U.S. section of the International Boundary and Water Commission's fiscal year 2022 budget request. The agency's important border water related functions include controlling floods, generating power at international dams, ensuring adequate water supplies, and undertaking specific sanitary projects that require cooperation with Mexico. I would like to thank Congress for appropriating $300 million to EPA for the construction of sanitation infrastructure in the San Diego, Tijuana area. USIBWC is consulting closely with EPA to help decide on the best projects to pursue. Once EPA selects the projects, USIBWC will join other stakeholders in assisting EPA with project implementation as authorized. We will also work closely with Mexico to develop any necessary agreements where their participation is needed. It is critical to keep in mind that operation and maintenance expenses for large new facilities could reach as high as $40 to $50 million per year. While EPA developed long-term solutions, the two sections of IBWC, along with local stakeholders, established a binational rapid response team in the San Diego, Tijuana region to respond to wastewater incidents when the flows could reach the United States. With an unprecedented drought in Western United States, USIBWC is working to reduce the impact on US water users. Last October, USIBWC negotiated a successful conclusion to the 5-year Rio Grande water cycle, which ended with Mexico delivering the entire volume required under a 1944 treaty. Currently, we are holding technical and policy discussions to encourage Mexico to adopt more systematic and transparent water delivery schedules. For the Colorado River Basin, USIBWC helped develop and implement IBWC minutes 319 and 323, ensuring that if the United States makes a shortage declaration this August, Mexico will take proportionate cuts to the Colorado River water deliveries in 2022. USIBWC is working with Bureau Reclamation and Mexico to prepare Mexico for cuts. Under our Colorado River international agreements, Mexico has conserved hundreds of thousands of acre-feet of water, helping to boost Lake Mead water elevation and forestall mandatory reductions to users in both countries. My written testimony provides details of the FY 2022 budget request for $98.8 million, matching last year's appropriation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Laish, Mr. Avila, for your testimony. It is nice to know that we have somebody looking out for us there. Thank you to all our witnesses, and we will now have questions for the witnesses. And again, we will use a timer to allow 5 minutes for questions from each member. If there are additional questions, we may have additional rounds as necessary. And I would like to recognize Mr. DeFacio to begin the questioning. Mr. DeFacio, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned during my remarks, I freed up a substantial portion of the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund, which was sequestered in the Treasury. And I'd like to ask General Spellman, I just discussed with the chair of the subcommittee and approach yesterday, the $400 million that was left on the table. First, I want to know there's a critical project for Coos Bay North Bend in my district. The jetty's deteriorating, and as the general knows, the deterioration starts, and when we get 35-foot seas in the winter, it accelerates at a rapid rate, and it becomes even more and more and more expensive. And obviously, the harbor entrance becomes dangerous for commercial and recreational. I'd just like to confirm, I've heard from the region that you do have the capability, if I can get the full allocation of $32.72 million, that you would have the capability to act in the next fiscal year.
Sir, that is absolutely correct.
Okay, excellent. Well, I'm working on it, and hopefully I'll get you those funds. The other issue for our whole region is the Columbia River Treaty. It's expired. It was the first cross-border beneficial use of water treaty in the world. LBJ came out here to actually sign the treaty. It was a big deal. It's expired. And one of the critical components of it is flood control on the Canadian end of the whole basin. And if there isn't a new treaty in 24, Canada will we'll have to call on Canada to provide the flood, but we don't have provisions negotiated or not even, as I understand, estimates on potentially what it might cost and how the Corps could pay for that. I understand there are negotiations going on. They are confidential, but as I understand it, members can receive, we can get top secret briefings, we can get confidential briefings. We need to be prepared if the Corps is going to need allocations in those fiscal year budgets to move forward. So I'd ask that, that the Corps reach out to members. We have a working group from the Northwest, and perhaps provide a confidential briefing so we can have an idea of where this might be headed.
Yes, sir. And sir, you and I have discussed this before. Our objective from the beginning, it remains, is to provide similar levels of flood protection for the people of the Pacific Northwest. And sir, we'd welcome the opportunity to come and brief you in private with a group, with our team, who continues to provide technical advice and modeling and analysis to the Department of State. But sir, we'd welcome the opportunity to give you a more detailed update.
Okay, thank you, General. The Corps does have all the legal authorities it needs to make these payments, right? What we have to do is find the money. You don't need further legal authority. Is that correct?
Sir, if I understand your question, we paid in advance back in 1964 for the 60 years of flood protection. We have given our numbers to the Department of State. They have been put on the table with our partners in Canada. And then, sir, I'd welcome the opportunity to walk you through that in our analysis that supports those estimates.
Okay. And then I guess this is perhaps to the Assistant Secretary and maybe to you, but I live on a boat in DC. And the channel leading out of what's now become the trendiest, most congested neighborhood in DC. They now have kayak rentals, canoe rentals, all sorts of stuff, unbelievable amount of recreational traffic, water taxis, in addition to the sightseeing ferries and all that. And there's a proposal that makes no sense, that's for security purposes, they would restrict people to the far side of the channel, which I believe will ultimately lead to fatalities. Because once one swimmer came over the wall, I would say if the generals are getting that wonderful free housing with a great view of Haynes Point, are concerned about security, it would be more appropriate to put up a fence or a wall, but that would really impede their view. And sometime at the beginning of the year, there was a leaked thing about, Al Qaeda is threatening Fort McNair or the Quds Force or somebody. The Quds Force is not going to say, that's a restricted zone. There's a red buoy. I can't cruise in there and do anything. It makes no sense. We passed a bill out of committee I believe that this is not the solution to whatever problem they have, and I do believe it will lead to very dire problems. And so I don't know what the current status is of that rulemaking, and I don't know if that's you or the Assistant Secretary could tell me on that.
Sir, I'll start. So, sir, that action has gone from our Baltimore district in conjunction with their coordination with the military district of Washington. It's now in my headquarters. So you may be aware the president's executive order has taken that decision away from the Corps and to be rendered by a political appointee yet to be confirmed. And if I'm asked for my recommendation, I'll give my best military advice to the Assistant Secretary at that time after I've had an opportunity to look at the facts myself.
Sure. I was talking to the Commandant of the Coast Guard. He's waterfront down at a much more sensitive, base. And he said he doesn't even have nothing in his backyard and no restrictions on traffic. And that base has much more sensitive operations going on down there. So I'm very puzzled as to this request. And then finally, Secretary Pinkham, the dirty water rule. We have lost irrevocably resources, and we're losing them every day to inappropriate development because of the total loss of protections under the Trump rule for up to 80% of our waterways and wetlands. I'm puzzled as to why you're just contemplating writing a new rule, which usually takes a couple of years, as opposed to revoking that rule, returning to what would take us back to the Bush era rule, which had problems, but it's way better than what Trump did. Can you address that?
Yes. Thank you for the question. When the president issued an executive order to review the former environmental rules for consistency with the new agenda, Waters of the U.S. was one of the rules that was evaluated. And when I came on board, we were in an active effort to reach out to stakeholders and we heard from a variety of perspectives, stakeholders, including the ag industry and local governments, and there was a wide range of concerns about the rule. One, there was a concern that Chairman DeFazio has pointed out is this ongoing damage that is occurring now and is expected to continue to occur. And people from the Southwest, where we have these drought-related areas, we're highlighting that. On the other hand, we were hearing concerns from the ag community about they felt there was a level of certainty with this rule. And so what we used that was just to inform ourselves that in fact we needed to change the rule. So we decided to at least start with an intent to inform the nation that a new rule was needed. But what we want to do is take the time and create a deliberative approach. I mean, we've been experiencing the rule going left and right, this pendulum, and we want to find a way to find this more durable rule. So it's going to take time. We haven't really refined the process to go forward, but I'm working with EPA on defining what that process and the timelines will be. And Mr. DeFazio, if you'd like to have some additional conversations one-on-one, I'd be happy to meet with you to discuss it. But give us time. We're continuing to work on the road ahead.
Yeah, well, I don't consider that acceptable. The damage is irreversible. And in the 2 to 3 years it takes agencies to write a rule, I have very little patience with bureaucracy. The amount of destruction could be extraordinary. And again, we do have a backup, and you could just go back and look at the rewritten Obama rule, which was put into place, which actually lessened the burden on most farmers, except of all the BS that went out about rain puddles and drainage ditches and bird baths and all the other crap that was out there that was totally fictitious. So yeah, you're going to hear from the Farm Bureau, oh, this would be horrible, it'd be horrible. It wasn't. And in fact, as I pointed out, it exempted lots of farmers from more environmental review under the old existing rule. So, I don't find that an acceptable answer. And I think the delay is very, very disappointing. And we're going to lose resources that we can never recover that are already in short supply. So, yeah, I'll look forward to having a individual conversation with you and who's ever responsible for this at EPA to drive that point home a little bit more and then bring it up myself with the White House. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. DeFazio. I think you got a point. I think we've got to follow that. And I would ask the gentleman, Mr. Pinkham, to report to the committee of what is happening. Mr. Rouser, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I assume we will probably do multiple rounds of questions. I'm going to try to get my first set here within the 5 minutes, just to be fair to everybody else. Mr. Assistant Secretary and General Spellman, my initial questions here are for you two. As you're probably aware, and these deal with some local projects I have back home, as you're probably aware, there are 2 federally authorized coastal storm damage reduction projects in my district. Wrightsville Beach is one, Carolina Beach and vicinity is the other. Both of them have scheduled renourishment or supposed to be renourished this year for fiscal year 2021. However, they were not funded, as you know, in the Army Corps' fiscal year 21 work plan, which quite frankly came as a great surprise to everybody up and down the chain, at least those that I've spoken to. And I understand that the Wilmington District and some others have put together a plan to utilize funds that were left over from a couple other projects in North Carolina and convert those for these 2 projects. I understand it's on your doorstep if not already seen, and I want to make sure that you're aware of that and just get any input from you here while I have you.
Sir, General Spellman, I'll begin. First, I want to say we acknowledge the importance of both of these beach renourishments to the people in the region. The good news for Wrightsville Beach is the plans and specifications are complete. Our intent was to perform the construction with our flood control and coastal emergency engineer, coastal emergency account. Unfortunately, we had the 2019 floods, which took many other priority needs to other parts of the nation. So I'm working two avenues to fund Wrightsville Beach. I'll start there. First, we're working on an internal reprogramming action where we'll find funds from other projects within the Corps that either are no longer needed or came in under budget. And the need here for Wrightsville is $14.3 million. So that research is ongoing. Similarly, a second prong is we've asked the administration to consider moving this project, Wrightsville, from the flood control and coastal emergency account to our construction account under the Disaster Response Act of 2019. Mr. Rauser, both of those options, both of those prongs that we're working on require the administration and congressional committee review. And we would like to get those decisions here next month so we can get to a contract award by September. So we can meet and get this project in before the environmental windows take effect. So similarly on Carolina Beach, we're working an internal route programming action to find the funds. The need here is $24 million, and we're working to find those funds as expeditiously as possible. And then we'll take our recommendation to the Assistant Secretary and to the administration. I hope that answers your question.
No, I appreciate that very, very much. And as you mentioned, the timing of this, getting this done as quickly as possible, is obviously very important. The longer it waits, the greater the cost. One quick question: I assume OMB has to sign off on this, or is this just strictly internal with you all?
So I believe Mr. Pinkham and our Assistant Secretary's team will work these options with with OMB and the administration. Yes.
Okay. One other community I want to ask about real quick, the town of Holden Beach requires funding for their coastal storm damage reduction feasibility study. They're a federally authorized beach, obviously. Will you work to ensure that that funding is included in the fiscal year 22 work plan?
Yes, sir. We can't make any commitments at this time, but we will give our best technical recommendation to the Assistant Secretary as if we're offered a fiscal year 22 work plan to prioritize these type projects.
Thank you very much. First question, and I'm going to go back to the discussion on waters of the U.S. Which agency is going to be the lead on this? Is that going to be the Army Corps? Is that going to be you all, or is this going to be the EPA? Taking the lead.
Okay, it'll be primarily EPA with a tremendous amount of engagement from the Civil Works program at the Army.
I don't know if I like the sound of that. Let me ask you this. Can you tell us the criteria that the administration is considering for what will be regulated as the water of the U.S.?
Ranking Member Rauser, I'm not going to predetermine what the outcome is of this process, and this is why we want to engage the various stakeholders to come up with what that definition will be, and we hope that definition will be durable.
Madam Chair, I noticed that my time has expired, and I hope that we can do some additional rounds. I yield back.
Well, we hope so. Or you can ask and they be submitted and answered in writing. Thank you, Mr. Rauser. I'd like to, I just gave the courtesy to the chair. That's why I allowed him to have extra time. But in order of the speakers for the next few are myself, Mr. Katko, Ms. Johnson from Texas, Mr. Babman, Mr. Garamendi, Mr. Graves. Okay, and I have a question to Mr. General Spellman, Mr. Pinkman, and I sincerely thank the administration for fully funding Clear Narrows, which is in my district, that is so important for millions of residents in my district and the surrounding region. Can you give the committee a status update on the project and what the budget request would accomplish?
Madam Chairwoman, I'll start. First, you know that we've completed the risk reduction measures on the spillway gates at Whittier Narrows last December. So there we transitioned from mechanical controls to electrical controls to prevent premature openings. This year, we have two important prerequisites for the large dam safety work. We're going to award an environmental mitigation contract, and we have some utilities that we have to move. The large-scale dam safety work, we're wrapping up design. We plan to award that contract in September of next year. The President's fiscal year 22 budget funds that work to completion for this very important project. And this is a large effort, man. We're looking at a scheduled completion in 2026.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pinkham, in your testimony, you mentioned that the budget provides 23 million updates to water control manuals at the core project that will account for the changing climate and for the operation. An issue I've been working for many years at Prado, Whittier, Narrows, Santa Fe in Southern California. And I'm pleased to see investment, but I'm concerned that we're talking about water control manual updates for years and very little ever gets implemented. Money is not only an issue, but also bureaucracy with the involvement from various agencies such as Fish and Wildlife outside the Corps. How will you ensure the manuals are actually updated to address current hydrological conditions and provide sufficient protection and water supply?
Chair Napolitano, thank you for the question. And I think it's an important question and one that I'll work closely with General Spellman on is, in addition to the manuals, how do we, consult and work with the other federal interests that are out there, whether it's around endangered species or water quality. So Madam Chair, let me commit to work with General Spellman on making sure your concerns are addressed.
Thank you. I visited Morris Dam this week, and I find that dam pristine, run by the County of Los Angeles, and I think we should have the same situation in all of our dams that run by the Corps. General Spillman and Mr. Pinkman, as wildfire season is upon us at the West, all of the West, my district has experienced 4 wildfires on Army Corps property along the river over the past 2 years, caused by homeless trespassers and reckless behavior. A major hazard to home and businesses along the river and the Army Corps infrastructure and personnel in the region. What are we doing to address the problem? How many rangers do we now have for the entire area?
Madam Chairwoman, first I want to say we share your concerns for the safety and security, just given the risks that we are seeing with the increased homeless population across the region. And also I want to say we appreciate Congress's support in the CARES Act that gave us additional funding to provide additional security personnel for our projects. With that support, we have already conducted 3 very large-scale debris removals from 3 homeless camps at San Gabriel River and the Santa Fe River Spillway. We have a 4th debris removal scheduled for this September. And ma'am, I think you're tracking, we're working very closely with the LA County Sheriff's Department and the Department of Parks and Recreation. We've already expanded our patrols and we're looking for other opportunities where we can bring down this fire risk. And ma'am, we'll keep you updated as we continue to work our way through this.
Thank you. Mr. Avila, as drought plagues the Colorado River system, have recent minutes to your treaty with Mexico addressed drought contingencies and mitigation, and what are the next steps for the agency in addressing drought at the Colorado?
USIBWC is working hard to mitigate the impacts of the drought in the Colorado River Basin in both the United States and Mexico. IBWC Minute 323, signed in 2017, ensures that Mexico will get reduced water deliveries in 2022 if, and is very likely, the Department of the Interior declares a shortage this August. We are currently helping Mexico prepare for the reductions in developing drought plans and conserving water. As agreed under relevant IBWC minutes, Mexico is already undertaking temporary water savings, which can be recovered if reservoirs conditions improve. In 2021, these savings amount to 41,000 acre feet. Mexico's efforts complement similar U.S. savings under the U.S. Lower Basin Drought Contingency Plan, which Congress approved in 2019.
Thank you very much. My time is up. Mr. Katko, you may proceed.
Madam Chair, this is Graves, Louisiana. I think I'm going to be next. I just hijacking?
Mr. Graves, you may proceed, and I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank y'all both for being here today, and certainly do appreciate appreciate your service. A number of things, I'm gonna try and get through them as quick as I can. First of all, BBA 18, there are a couple of projects that were funded. One of them is a co-meet diversion project. The other one is one we refer to casually as Five Bayous, otherwise known as Baton Rouge Area Flood Control. The co-meet project is a critical project. It has history dating back to the late 1970s, early 1980s. This is a fully funded project. It was recently announced that the project schedule slipped 50% slippage in schedule. Every day that this thing is delayed, it is potentially putting people at risk. Just about a month ago, we had a record flood. We had another one a few weeks ago. I just want to put this on your radar. Colonel Murphy down in New Orleans has been great to work with, but this project has got to stay on the front burner, both of them. They've got to stay on the front burner, and I just don't see them moving at the urgency that they need, so I just wanted to flag that for y'all.
Sir, this is General Spellman. I acknowledge all. I acknowledge the one-year slip in delivery. It did take us longer to get our right-of-way drawings out, which slowed down the real estate transactions. And so I'll just say I appreciate your personal leadership as we work through the Florida Gas LNG pipeline. We're currently in a day-per-day slip. I know that's complicated, but I do appreciate your leadership in helping us through that.
General, and I'm going to keep doing it. This is really personal for all the people that we represent, and I want to say it again. Colonel Murphy's been great to work with, very communicative, and I appreciate that. But this, this slippage every single day, the vulnerability we have down there. So I just want to ask that this be kept on the front burner. I'm going to jump to the next one, the Water Resources Development Act 2020. We had a provision there regarding the hurricane protection system payback, and we did send a delegation letter asking the Corps to get moving on the interpretation. We got a pretty tight fuse on this, and I just wanted to flag that for y'all and ask you to, once again, please keep that on the front burner. We've got to get moving on this. Huge financial implications that is potentially diverting money away from other hurricane protection, coastal restoration, and flood protection needs in the state. Amen.
Yes, sir, this is General Spellman. Yes, sir, I acknowledge all. We acknowledge the word of provision. We're working with the Secretary's office on implementation guidance to get out in the field, and our suspense back to Colonel Murphy is the 15th of August.
Okay, and I think that some of the timelines on that date into September and October timeframe. So there's a really tight fuse on that first kind of action item. General, I want to bring up, or Secretary, bring up something else. We have legislated in Congress, and we do it all the time on things. And probably the thing that aggravates me more than anything else I do is when we pass a law only to have some bureaucrats come back and tell us that it didn't do what we said it did or intended it did whenever we pre-negotiated the language. We got drafting assistance and all that stuff, and we're dealing with that exact issue right now in multiple places, but one of them is non-standard to states, has to do with real estate acquisition for environmental restoration projects. In the case of Louisiana, and the landowners will donate project easements, right-of-ways, whatever, and the Corps has come back and said, no, you have to have it in fee title. We can lower the project cost. We can decrease the conflict with locals and stakeholders. This makes no sense at all if we can get all the rights we need through a conservation easement or a project easement. We changed the law only to have the Corps come back and write the same damn thing in their guidance as they had written before. We didn't change the law for fun. We did it because we don't agree with what the Corps has been doing, and I just want to ask y'all to please go back and take a look at this.
Representative Graves, and I'm new to the program, and this is an issue I was unaware of, but I will commit to you that I'll look into this and provide you with a response.
Thank you, Secretary. Appreciate that. Beneficial use of dredge material is another issue. Congress has come in the last few quarters. I think we've done 2 different revisions to beneficial use of dredge material because what's happened in areas like South Louisiana, which I won't get into all the plumbing issues related to the Mississippi River causing much of our coastal land loss, but you also do extensive dredging in the Bird's Foot, and we changed the law to give to make it, instead of least cost alternative, looking at how beneficial use of dredge material for ecological restoration can be calculated as a benefit appropriately. Yet we continue to see where the spoil material is dumped in the hopper dredge disposal areas off the deep waters of the Gulf of Mexico, providing zero benefit. And meanwhile, we have by some measure, $15 billion in ecological restoration projects authorized through the Corps of Engineers, none of which are moving forward. This really seems like it's an opportunity for a better win-win. It's a good environmental win. It's a better use of resources. And I just want to ask if you could take a 10th relook at what Congress intended whenever we changed the law on beneficial use of dredge material calculations.
And sir, this is General Spellman. Acknowledge all. We want to flip the numbers. Today, we put about 30% of our nationwide dredge material to beneficial use. The other 70%, as you said, gets dumped. I want to flip those numbers. There's an R&D component to this, and there's some best practices that we need to share across the enterprise, but sir, we're committed to it.
Thank you very much. I just want to make note for the record that I got my buddies, Mr. Huffman and Mr. Garamendi from California that are over there cheerleading, so they agree, they're on board with this, and we don't agree with much.
It's the beneficial reuse caucus, I think, has just begun.
All right.
I just, gentlemen, your time is up, Mr. Graves, and I agree with you, by the way. So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, can I talk you into a second round?
We'll look at it.
If I get you a cup of coffee? If I get you a king cake, second round of questions?
All right, sir. Thank you. Ms. Johnson from Texas, you're on.
Thank you very much, and let me welcome our witnesses. And simply say that I have an opening statement that I ask unanimous consent to put in the record. With the proposed funding, thank you. With the proposed funding increases in your agency's budget, in what ways specifically do you believe that this funding would impact and assist cities and communities like mine in the Dallas area to Mr. Spellman? And then I'll follow up.
So, ma'am, as you heard in the opening remarks, this is a record level budget request from the president. I think it's going to help us immensely get after a number of projects to complete what we have already started. Then, of course, with the new start authorities given to us from the administration to get after some backlog projects as well. So we appreciate the trust and the investment. And I do believe a number of these will help urban areas as you have described.
Well, thank you very much. About almost 2 years ago now, I convened in a COG, Council of Governments geographical area around Dallas, federal, state, county, and local officials to talk about a plan for some preventions that some catastrophes that we could possibly avoid, since we know that the Corps has basically looked at after the fact. Are you aware of the plan that we came up with?
Ma'am, I'm not familiar with the details. No.
Okay, any of the panelists there are familiar with those details?
Member Johnson, I am not familiar.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry we don't have anyone here from that region, but we did spend a great deal of time about putting together a plan for prevention, because as you know, most of our troubles in the area comes from flooding after the fact. And so we had a plan, and a pilot project came from that, named Integrated Planning for Regional Transportation Development and Stormwater Management in the Dallas-Fort Worth region. And I guess if you don't know about the planning that we did, then you don't know about the project. I was curious if you were aware of that important pilot there with the Army Corps of Engineers and how you supported it. But I guess if you don't know about it, I can't ask you a question you don't know about. But specifically with respect to climate change, just briefly, what are each of your agencies doing to reduce disruptive cost of the federal government? One example of concrete action in my congressional district is the extension of levees in the city of Dallas. For some reason, we can't seem to get completed projects? Can any of you comment on that?
So, ma'am, this is General Spellman. First, I will tell you that we have been incorporating climate change into our projects for at least the last 12 years. I know we're looking at the climate change effects for both the Dallas floodway and the Dallas floodway extension. So we're accommodating the potential future flows that we may see in that region. I would just also share from a very high level, we've also just completed following the administration's guidance to submit our climate adaptation plan across all of our programs, not just civil works, but also for the construction that we do around the country.
This is the final question. When there is a plan that we've come together with, including the Corps, what should be the process? Excuse me? How should we get that well known, and how can it get attention?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, this is General Spellman. I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
When a regional effort comes together and puts together a plan to attempt to save money by providing activities ahead of the storms, how does that become known in the entire agency, and how can we get that known for implementation?
So ma'am, we have done this in other regions of the country. So what I will do immediately after this hearing, I will follow up with General Beck to talk about the integrated planning for the Dallas-Fort Worth region. I'll get myself smarter on that, and then we'll come back to you with what we believe the next step should be.
Well, thank you very much. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. The order of next is Mr. Bevan, Mr. Garamendi, Mr. Weber, Mr. Lowenthal. Mr. Bevan, you're, go ahead, please. Mr. Bevan?
Madam Chair, I understand Mr. Mass would be up next.
Okay, Mr. Mass is after Mr. Lavamalfa.
He's not here either. My understanding from the team is Mr. Mass would be next.
All righty, Mr. Mass, you're on.
Thank you, Madam
Please
Chair.
proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have with me a photo here. Maybe we'll be able to move it into the shot if the staff can move it into the shot. And it's just a snapshot of the hundreds of miles of algal blooms on Lake Okeechobee. General Spellman, Mr. Pinkman, I know that you're well aware of what's going on out there. We've spoke about it numerous times before. Mr. Pinkham, we spoke about this in private. I visited Port Mayaca with General Graham during a visit where it was absolutely disgusting, look exactly like what you see here behind me. This is the lock and dam. This is where your individuals work right up here. We tried to go out onto this lock and dam right here, and it was so disgusting that we couldn't even breathe. And because it was so disgusting, we couldn't even breathe. We tried to go inside of the building there, and even in the building, it was an unbearable state. We were spitting every couple seconds to get the taste of it out of our mouths. Our clothes reeked for hours thereafter. And my question is, have you spoken with Major General Graham about this, Mr. Pinkham, and has he issued a written report detailing the conditions that Army Corps of Engineers personnel, both uniformed service members and civilians, are being forced to work in these conditions? Has he issued a report on that day?
Representative Mast, yes, and as a result of our conversations and in your meeting with General Graham on this, as I laid out in my letter to you, shared how we are relying on Florida Department of Public Health, the Center for Disease Control, and EPA on guidance on the precautions that both visitors and the workforce should be taken at that site. So we have provided written guidance to all personnel about both the health risks and the precautions they should be taking.
Thank you, Mr. Pinkman. I'm concerned about the letter that you sent me. It states specifically in the letter that the EPA, who I know I got to write a standard on these algal blooms and this toxic water. It says the EPA indicates health risks associated with inhalation are very low. I want to submit for the record a study by the University of Florida, Madam Chairwoman, if there's no objection to that, that indicates that the inhalation hazard from harmful algal blooms, these toxic algal blooms, can actually travel for up to 10 miles and is persistent for hours on end. Mr. Pinkman and General Spellman, thank you, Madam. Would you say that the people working in this region fall within that 10-mile parameter that this University of Florida study points to? Do your workers fall within that 10-mile parameter and that persistent area that this University of Florida study points to?
Representative Mass, yes, the site would be within the 10 miles.
I need to pause you there. I just need to pause you there, sir. I appreciate that. I'll give you more time. That being said, the letter that you wrote me, it said the EPA indicates the health risks are very low. Do you have any source material that says where the EPA got that? Because I've done extensive research on this, and I can't find one EPA study on inhalation hazards as it relates to these algal blooms that have measured in some cases over 100 times too toxic, according to the ingestion standard that the EPA put forward. So do you know, is there source material for what the EPA stated?
Representative Mass, I'd be happy to follow up and go through EPA to get that source material.
I don't believe that there is source material. I appreciate you helping me out with that because I want to read it if there is. General Spellman, I want to go to you quickly here. Given the information that I just put out there, this is a picture of this Sunday. These toxic algal blooms, are you aware at what level they measured?
No, I'm not.
Okay, that's concerning, especially considering that I wrote you guys a letter talking about the fact that you have uniformed service personnel working directly on top of them and civilian personnel working directly on top of them. It actually measured about 116 parts per billion. That's 16 times more toxic than what the EPA says is okay. And my question to you is simply this. Given that information and that you acknowledged about a year and a half ago that it is toxic water, would you say that your soldiers and personnel at Port Mayaca are being poisoned?
No, I would not. I would say we're going to follow the.
Are you willing to risk your career on the fact that your soldiers and civilians are not being poisoned?
So we're going to follow the best guidance from the Florida Department of Health and the EPA.
Yeah, I'm just going to say this last sentence. I don't take anything more seriously than the safety of the people in my community and the safety of my brothers and sisters in arms. I know you're a uniformed service member. I just gave you pretty damning information about how toxic this is and the fact that your personnel are sitting there breathing it 10 hours a day. Would anybody in this room care if I opened this up? Would you care if I opened this up? No. Why? General, would you care if I open this up in here?
Mr. Mass, your time is up, sir.
I'll open it up then. Thanks.
Okay. You make a valid point. That is unconscionable to have that happen. When was that picture taken, Mr. Mass?
No, I'll get it
Mr.
open
Mass?
eventually. Yes, ma'am.
When was that picture taken?
Sunday. Picture was
General,
taken
I
Sunday.
hope that the results of his questioning are available to all the committee. This is an important issue for the health of the people that are involved. Mr. Garamendi, you're next.
Madam Chair, you're really, really fortunate that you're not here in the hearing room. That man's about to open that toxic algae, and we're within 10 feet here. Stop it, Mr. Mass.
My people have to breathe this every day. I can't even get this thing open, thank God. Somebody in my staff's got a strong grip.
Well, we appreciate whoever closed that and sealed it. We don't need that. Incidentally, there is a law that we passed. It's called the Oath Act that requires that every medical record for anybody in the military, and we're now going to amend it to include civilian personnel, that in their medical record, exposure to toxics be in that medical record for the rest of their lives, so that any subsequent illness might be traced back to that toxic.
It's a request.
And you were one of the
in my letter.
co-authors of that piece of legislation.
That's
Very
great.
Thank you.
Mr. Mast,
I'm
would you mute
consuming
yourself?
my time here. Please excuse me. And
So
but
sorry.
Mr. Mast is on to a very, very important issue. And thank you, Mr. Mast, for raising that. We also have algae blooms in California. My questions go to General Spellman and Secretary Pinkham. I want to talk about restoration programs. California has some of the most affected rivers. The Sacramento River system, there are two major restoration projects on the Sacramento River. I want to bring to the attention of General Spellman the Yuba River Goldfields Restoration Project, a project that has been authorized but is now in abeyance and may very well stop as a result of a specific ruling by the Corps of Engineers. General Spellman, your predecessor, wrote in the final authorization for this from the Corps of Engineers, General Semin wrote, "Great project, proud to contribute to the restoration of critical fish habitat for nationally significant aquatic species," meaning salmon. Unfortunately, the final contract between the Corps of Engineers and the local agencies, the Yuba County Water Agency, did not limit the future liability of the local agency to restore the project to the completed program, which made no sense in two ways. One, unlimited liability could be several tens of millions of dollars at any time. And secondly, the project was specifically designed while the initial restoration would be to try to restore as much as humans know what the river might have looked like before the Yuba Goldfields totally destroyed a 10-mile stretch of the river. The project was designed so that the river would run free and restore itself over time. That's one thing. I bring that to your attention and ask for your consideration on this liability issue. The second is a new project that actually would be authorized under the YOLO Bypass Systems Improvement. The 2016 WRDA legislation would authorize it. This is a 300,000 acre restoration project that would include two of the major flood bypasses, the Sutter Bypass and the YOLO Bypass, that work in coordination with the nearby and adjacent rice fields to provide 300,000 acres of restored salmon habitat in those bypasses, using the return flows from the rice fields to provide nutrients for the salmon. It's been shown in pilot programs on the YOLO bypass that the salmon are somewhere between 2 and 4 times more successful in such a project. I bring this to your attention, would ask for you to consider joining the Secretary of the Interior in a visit to this program. The program is supported by the American Rivers, the Audubon, California Rice Commission, California Trout, California Waterfowl, Conway Preservation, Ducks Unlimited, Ecosystems, Glen Calusa, on, and the Northern California Water Association. This is a 300,000 acre win-win program that is available. Don't expect a response on either of these now, but for sure we're going to get back together again to talk about it and how we can actually move these two projects forward. We need to have a better contract from the Corps of Engineers for the Yuba River Goldfields program, and we need your engagement on the California Floodplain Restoration Project. With that, I yield back my remaining 3 seconds. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Garamendi, for being so generous with your time. Mr. Lamalfa, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to echo some of what Mr. Garamendi was saying on how successful that restoration is in the rice lands up there in the area too. It's not far from my neighborhood, so it's looking good. I want to address General Spellman and Mr. Pinkham as well in my thoughts here. We have a situation in the far north part of my district. There's 4 hydroelectric dams. 3 are on the California side, 1's on the Oregon side, up on the Klamath River. And at a time when we're facing power shutoffs for because of heat, because of just a grid that's not keeping up, underway is the process of removing these dams that just recently FERC has approved the transfer of the license on these 4 dams to an entity called the KRC, as well as the state of California and Oregon, because KRC is just a shell corporation that has really no assets to back it up. So now the taxpayers of California and Oregon will be on the hook for the possible cost overruns on dam removal. So FERC sent to Army Corps in the San Francisco district a memo for the NEPA process. It'll direct Army Corps to partner with FERC and perform the environmental review functions under Section 404, we're very familiar with, and also Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act. So there's a lot of issues with the dam removal. What we saw about what was called the Condit Dam up in the state of Washington, they breached a dam a while back that it ended up smothering the spawning grounds with silt. It had about 2.4 million cubic feet of sediment, or cubic yards, I want to say, of sediment there that ended up going downstream and smothering spawning grounds. So the number on the Klamath is not 2.4, but 20 million cubic yards is one estimate. It could be as high as 60 million because it's hard to estimate this behind dams. So what we're looking at is that under Section 404, the permits are required to dispose of dredged or fill material in the nation's waterways. So does Army Corps have any idea, General Spellman, how are we going to mitigate 20 million cubic yards of silt and sediment behind the set of dams, given that the sediment really hasn't been dealt with in this kind of volume before? What can we be looking at as far as a true, when you're doing your NEPA on this, how do you account for that much sediment?
Sir, the answer may be that we can account for it, right? And it may not be a good disposal option. So I won't know the answer to that, sir, until we get further down the NEPA process and do the math and do the analysis and do the modeling. But I cannot answer that today.
Okay. Does the Army Corps have any plans under this memo to do an expedited or accelerated NEPA review process here, as I seem to be hearing?
So Congressman, I am not familiar with an expedited process on these 3 hydroelectric dams. I've not heard that.
Okay, yeah, there's 4. Mr. Pinkham, do you have anything on that?
Like General Spellman, I have not heard anything about an expedited process on NEPA.
Okay, so is there any idea how long the review itself might take on something like this, either of you gentlemen?
So I will follow up with our Sacramento District Commander, Colonel Handora, and get a better estimate of timeline for you.
Okay, I think it's based in the San Francisco district, though. Okay, so what you guys will figure that out. Do you have any idea how long the environmental review of the Condit Dam took up in the state of Washington?
Sir, General Spellman, I do not.
Okay, please let us know on that as you get the chance. On flood control, now obviously that's a cornerstone of Army Corps' work in the United States. Is Army Corps allowed, or are they going to consider flood control to be a primary purpose of these dams? It has shown to be, but is that in the memo that you're going to be working on, the MOU, is Army Corps' responsibility and work on flood control, is that going to be given weight as to whether it agrees in this NEPA process that the dam removal is a good idea or not?
Yeah, yes, sir, it will. That'll be a component of our analysis.
Is that a pretty key component, or is it secondary to perceived environmental benefits, or what are you looking at, you think?
So, sir, I'll dig into these 4 dams that you mentioned. I am not familiar with the authorized purposes for which they were originally designed and built. that'll be a large function of the answer to that question. And I will have to follow up with you once I know more.
Okay, they do serve a flood control function in addition, as well as they're actually a source of water supply for firefighting too, for aircraft that can scoop the water out or withdraw the water from the lakes. So that's important as well. But it has been shown to be an important firefighting tool as well as the flood control. And with the removal of these dams, it's fully expected that areas farther down in Siskiyou County will have flood problems that they haven't had since the existence of these dams. Under Section
Mr. Lamalfa,
404
your
and
time
also
is up.
Section 10,
Mr. Lamalfa,
ma'am?
time is up.
Oh, that flew by. Okay. Please look into the C. Shasta virus aspects too, where the river situation causes a virus that affects the salmon on there, and see if 404 covers the cause of C. Shasta to be made worse by this dam removal and the flushing that can or may or may not happen. So thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you,
I yield
sir.
back.
Thank you. Mr. Lowenthal, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank all the panelists. This is, fascinating hearing. And but I'd like to also have a question for General Spellman. And again, it's going to relate to my own district. There's been more and more attention since the pandemic on ports, particularly the ports of the San Pedro Bay, Port Bay Ports Complex, which is half of those, the Port of Long Beach is in my district. There's been, since the pandemic, first the drop-off and tremendous growth and congestion, difficulty and backlog and getting ships in and out. And not a day goes by that people do not ask me, what more is Congress doing for port infrastructure? In the case of the Port of Long Beach, which is the port that I represent, the port is making massive investments in their rail network. As their executive director, Mario Cordero, has stated in congressional testimony, the future is in rail. I agree with him, but I also know that water investments go hand in hand with rail investments. And I'm hoping you can give me a status update on the Port of Long Beach's deep draft navigation study. The purpose of this feasibility study is to identify, evaluate, improve existing navigation channels within the Port of Long Beach, to improve conditions for current and future container and liquid bulk vessels operating safely, and especially in the event of vessel malfunction or weather-related. Study is on track to receive a chief's report this fall. Is that your saying? Is that true? And can you tell me when we can expect your signature on this critical project document?
So Congressman Lowenthal, I had the opportunity to visit the Port of Long Beach in January of 2019. So I acknowledge the importance of this port to the region. The chief's report is scheduled to be on my desk in 90 days. I intend to sign that in September, and that will make that project eligible for Congress's consideration in Word of 22.
Thank you, and I think that's a wonderful answer, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenthal. And I would now like Mr. Bevan to go proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so very much, Madam Chairwoman and Ranking Member Westerman. Thank you to our witnesses for being here with us today. General Spellman, thank you for your service to our country, and I'd like to commend you on your personal attention that you've given to my district and the state of Texas. Your leadership has not gone unnoticed, I promise you. And Acting Secretary Pinkham, welcome to the Office of the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works. I look very much forward to working with you and your staff before and after you are confirmed. I would also like to personally extend an invitation to the greater Houston area to you to view some of the great core projects that we have going on in Southeast Texas, like the Port of Houston Channel Improvement Project and Galveston Bay to the Sabine Coastal Storm Risk Management Ecosystem Restoration Project. I was proud to work with Assistant Secretary R.D. James on several Texas issues and look forward to now working with you on improving our port and water infrastructure. I have the privilege of representing Southeast Texas from Houston over to Louisiana, which is in my district, includes 4 ports. And this past December, I was honored to have helped lead the effort alongside other Houston delegation members to see through to the end the successful authorization and appropriation to dredge and widen the Houston Ship Channel in the Water Resources Development Act. And to go even further, a few weeks later, we were able to secure $19 million and a New Start designation to begin construction of this project, which is a timeline very, very unusual to achieve. This was a very large, huge win, I think, for the country itself, considering that the Port of Houston is the #1 ranked port in the nation in total of waterborne tonnage, sustaining 3 million American jobs, $802 million in U.S. economic value, and generating $38 billion in federal, state, and local tax revenues. But before the port and the Corps can begin construction, a project partnership agreement must be executed. And it's my understanding that both parties are extremely close to finalizing that agreement. So Secretary Pinkham, can you provide me an estimated date on when the project partnership agreement will be finalized? And if there are any delays, will you commit to expediting the finalization of that agreement? Or expanding and enhancing all our ports here in Texas is a critical investment that is key to our global competitiveness. Secretary Pinkham.
Representative, yes, thank you. Representative Babin, I'm not that familiar with the project, but we're happy to look into it and look at what the timeline is ahead and get back to you. Also, thank you for your invitation to visit the greater Houston area. I'd like to take you up on your offer. And just for the record, I am the acting Assistant Secretary of the Army Civil Works, and we are working on the confirmation of Mr. Connor, who will come in, we hope, as the ASA CW. But
Gotcha.
in the meantime, I would be happy to do it.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. And General Spellman, it's my understanding that the Port of Corpus Christi's ongoing channel improvement project did not meet the required benefit to cost ratio for inclusion in the FY22 President's budget. However, they could have been included in the budget if the remaining funds of the $154 million had been provided. Was the Port of Corpus Christi's channel improvement project considered for inclusion in the FY 2022 President's budget? And if the budget was considered, why was it not included in the budget? Were there any other factors besides their benefit to cost ratio that led to the project's exclusion in the President's budget?
Sir, I can say from a technical perspective, we report capabilities to the administration on work that we can do on the upcoming fiscal year. The Corpus Christi project had a capability of on the order of $155 million. We acknowledge the importance of this port to the people of Texas and frankly to the nation. And we want to start everything that we finish. I will tell you that we will continue to make our strongest technical recommendations to continue this work.
Absolutely, thank you. And the Port of Corpus Christi, although not in my district, is extremely important in terms of energy being brought out of our great state. So with that, Madam Chair, I will yield back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Babin. I appreciate your returning your time. Next, we have Mr. Malinowski. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to our witnesses. So, Acting Assistant Secretary Pinkham, I wanted to start by just thanking you for the response that you sent to the letter that I sent you in late May, along with Senators Menendez and Booker and Congressman Payne regarding our Rahway River flood risk mitigation study in my district in New Jersey. I think you probably know at this point how important this is to me and to my constituents, that we address the persistent flood risks in that area and find a solution that will ultimately get this project into a chief's report. And Lieutenant and General Spellman, you'll remember, I think that you and I discussed this at a water subcommittee hearing way back in July of 2019. You and your colleagues have been hearing from my staff and from me regularly since then, and I know you're a Jersey native, so you know the area well and understand the need. My constituents and I, as you know, we were disappointed that the Corps moved to terminate the study in 2019. We of course nullified that termination in the 2020 WRDA bill, and as you acknowledged in your letter, Assistant Secretary, the Corps confirmed its intention to resume the study, and we're very grateful for that. So a couple of questions for Mr. Pinkham, and feel free to weigh in if you like, General Spellman as well. Just to put a finer point on your response to me earlier this week, can you reaffirm here your commitment to work closely and collaboratively with both the non-federal sponsor and the local affected communities on a suitable path forward for this project, and to stay engaged until we've developed a solution?
That's correct. And as I said in my opening statements, the foundations of our work is really built around partnerships. So I look forward to collaboration on this project.
Good. And you noted in the letter that you sent on June 18th that in accordance with WRDA, the Corps intends to resume the study. Can you offer us any more clarity today as to when? WRDA was signed, I think, on December 27th of last year, so 6 months ago, and our communities are naturally quite anxious about this.
Yeah. Currently, we're working on the implementation guidance of the WRDA provisions, which we hope to be done by this August.
Okay. And can you confirm finally that the Corps has the necessary resources to proceed with the resumption of the study?
I really don't know the particulars of that, but I'll be happy to look into it.
Good, if you can get back to us. And then finally, broadening the discussion out from my district and my state. As you know, the committee, we recently advanced a very ambitious water infrastructure bill that, among other things, would invest $40 billion over 5 years in the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, millions more in grants to municipalities for water projects around the country. I think there's bipartisan consensus that we've underinvested in our water infrastructure over many years. So it's a lot of money that we're proposing, but I would note that the Corps has its own backlog of projects that have been authorized but not funded, and I understand that backlog is around $100 billion. Is that correct?
Sir, this is General Spellman. That is correct. It's on the order of $109 billion across 963 projects.
Good. And would you be able to enumerate for us, maybe not today in our back and forth, but afterwards, the dollar amount that the Corps could execute for water resource development projects and studies over the next 5 to 8 years, if you had the funding, what your actual capacity would be?
Yes, sir. We can outline that for you geographically and over time.
That would be helpful. And I'll just close with the point: we're authorizing a lot of money, and I strongly support the bill. But I think it's important for all of us and every American to understand that even with the very generous amounts that we will hopefully be appropriating this year, there will still be deep needs in our communities that may not be satisfied. And so let's be ambitious with this opportunity we have this year to pass a good bill. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Malinowski. You make a great point. And I've always said we need to stop using Band-Aid approaches and be able to give enough funding to be able to get things done. Mr. Westerman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to General Spellman and Acting Secretary Pinkham for being here today to discuss the proposed budget. And before I begin questioning, I would like to acknowledge that the proposed budget does include $149 million for the New Start construction for the Three Rivers project. And as you all are aware, that project that is at the confluence of the Arkansas, White, and Mississippi Rivers affects the whole MCARN system and all the states and groups that depend upon the MCARNs for navigation as well as the flood control component of that. Another critical component that affects my state as well as other states is the MCARNs project, and the president's budget includes $56.1 million in operations and maintenance funding for the MCARNs. I believe this is low, but it is a start. Congress made clear in the Water Resources Development Act of 2020 that I was, enjoyed working with Chairwoman Napolitano on that. I thought we had a good bill, and we specified in there that the MCARNs does not require a new start through the annual funding process. And I understand that the districts are updating the economic feasibility of the project, but what is the Corps' plan to resume construction of this project that unbelievably began in 2005?
Sir, this is General Spellman. So I will tell you, I've had the opportunity to visit this project in Three Rivers earlier this year, and we acknowledge its importance. So we appreciate the support Congress gave us in the FY21 work plan, that $559,000. What we're doing with those funds, so we're investing them and ensuring our design is up to date and our cost estimate is up to date. And once we have those two products, that will help us support our budgetary submission for consideration by the Secretary. And we're working on these actions now.
Thank you. We'll obviously be monitoring that closely, and we're here to help with it however we can. As I said previously, the President's budget proposal did include O&M funds above the fiscal year 2021 enacted level for the entire MCARNs. Arkansas projects are proposed to receive approximately $1 million less in the proposed budget. And noting that MCARNs faces an approximately $230 million critical infrastructure and maintenance backlog, and that this system has a responsibility to be maintained by the federal government. What is the plan to address the critical maintenance backlog on the MCARNs?
Sir, this is General Spellman. I'll start. So my latest numbers show we have a $245 million backlog on the system. And so that just for context, across the nation on core projects, our O&M backlog is about $4.25 billion. I will say that we appreciate the President's budget request, a record high for operations and maintenance funding, over $4 billion. And that will help us immensely, both on the MCARNs and on other important projects that we have to bring down that backlog number.
Yeah, so it's $15 million more than the numbers we had. I think that shows how quickly this maintenance backlog is piling up. So, General, what's the annual capacity for operations and maintenance on the MCARNs? How much work could be done if the funding were available?
Sir, I don't have that number with me, but I can get that and follow up with you shortly after the hearing.
I appreciate that. My sources tell me that the capability is much higher than the amount of funding that's there, and we know that the longer we delay critical maintenance, that it increases the cost even more. So, coming from an engineering background, it just makes sense to me that we would spend money wisely, that we would take care of maintenance issues before they became emergency issues. I know this isn't unique just to the MCARNs, it's unique to the whole system. I think it's something that we need to focus more on in Congress. I think Chairwoman Napolitano and many others on the committee would agree to that it's a shame that we don't have it almost seems like we don't have the moxie to do the required maintenance that we need to do, whether that's funding or getting projects approved or actually getting execution on these projects. So I wish you all the best. And again, it's a very important part of the President's budget, and I look to see good results coming from it. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Westerman, and I sure miss you, sir. The order next is Mr. Carvajal, Gonzalez Colon, Mr. Stanton, Ms. Steele, Mr. Cohen, Ms. Nels, Mr. Hub, Mr. Brown, Mr. Norton. Mr. Carvajal, you're next.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Chairwoman Napolitano, and thank you, Lieutenant General Spellman and Acting Secretary Pinkham for being here. As you know, I represent the Central Coast of California, and we are all too familiar with the increased threats of climate change, from increased wildfires, prolonged droughts, more severe flooding, and devastating debris flows. The Central Coast is all too familiar with this new reality. Currently, we have various Army Corps projects that might bring some relief to my constituents as we deal with these new risks. San Luis Obispo County is having ongoing conversations with the LA District about potentially taking on ownership of the Salinas Dam. My understanding from discussions with Colonel Julie Baltan, overseeing the Los Angeles District, is that the dam is currently a military asset. So a couple questions. Do you see any obstacles to the transfer of the dam to the county of San Luis Obispo? And two, is there legislation that I should consider in order to accomplish the goal of delegating authority and transferring the dam to San Luis Obispo County?
Congressman, my understanding on this process is the Corps would request to do a disposition study on this project. Again, this dam was built in 1942 over a 6-month period and then transferred to the Corps 7 months later. The purpose of the disposition study is to make sure that all parties have eyes wide open on the structural integrity of the dam, any seismic concerns, any environmental concerns, and let's have all that on the table and then have that discussion. Regarding legislative drafting services, so we've done this before on other parts of our infrastructure, and we'd happy to work with you after we get started on the disposition study on what that legislative language might look like.
Thank you. I don't know, Acting Secretary Pinkham, if you have anything else to add?
Nothing to add, sir.
Thank you. Moving on, the Lower Mission Creek Flood Control Project began as a partnership between the County of Santa Barbara and the Corps in the late 1960s. I'm glad to see that the Corps is working with Santa Barbara County on a post-reauthorization change report to account for post-fire hazards and current construction performed by the County of Santa Barbara. Would you be able to provide an update on where this project stands at this point?
Congressman, I can. So we appreciate Congress's support in the 21 work plan. That $500,000 allowed us to initiate the post-authorization change report that you just mentioned. We are in the President's fiscal year 22 budget for $600,000. That will allow us to complete the Packer report, and we estimate that will be an 18-month effort. Again, we're here to update the economics, the benefits, and the costs, and then we'd welcome the opportunity to keep you informed as we progress on that report.
Thank you, General. I appreciate your attention to this particular project in my district, and I look forward to continuing to work with your staff on this important project. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Carvajal. Very much appreciated. Ms. Gonzalez Colon, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and happy to be here. And thank you as well to the ranking member for the witnesses the work they do and the information they provide to us. I need to say that in the case of the Army Corps of Engineers, it's an agency very close to me. The Army Corps team has been outstanding in Puerto Rico, and their leaders should be proud of them. They have truly delivered during the last 5 years that I've been working with them, and I need to do a shout out to Mr. Tim Murphy of Jacksonville and Milan Mora as well of Jacksonville office, and Jorge Toes and many others from the Puerto Rico team for their outstanding job. And having said that, I would like to go directly to some of the questions. One of the reasons that I'm very worried is to see how significantly lower numbers in both the investigations account and in the construction account. The investigations are essential to know where and how to proceed with construction. And construction, as you may know, is essential for the mission of protection of life and property. In our letters to the applicators, we request funding for the construction account, no less than the $2.69 billion that was in the fiscal year 2021 enacted level. So we hope we can better approach that amount to ensure the Army Corps' mission capability. Having said that, I know there's a strong demand for Army Corps construction projects in Puerto Rico, including my two priorities, Caño Martin Peña Ecosystem Restoration Project and the San Juan Harbor Navigation Project. The first one is authorize to address condition channeling the health and well-being of approximately 26,000 residents in 8 communities. The area's economic development and critical infrastructure like the San Juan International Airport. I have already called on the appropriators for funds for the first contract of the construction phase, which is shovel ready, and the non-federal sponsor has already meet the real estate requirements. And after 14 years of construction, has not commenced, despite repeated extensions of the authorizations of ecosystem restoration new start. So that's one of the areas that I want to focus, and also critical for us is the San Juan Harbor Navigation Project, which is I also brought up with appropriators, and this is our principal port, handling most of Puerto Rico's waterborne trade and most of the cruise passengers to the island, and is also a key point of operation for the U.S. Flag merchant fleet. And the project has the necessary chief report. We are looking for it to be budgeted for a start as well. We also have issues with the coastal erosion, and I will submit for the record some comments regarding that. I would like, there was an initial study for the Rincon area. The community doesn't just want to put a wall on those areas, but rather protect the natural shoreline as much as possible. So I would like to be updated on those communications and how we can make it easier. So my question at this point, although I'm going to submit some for the record, Madam Chair, is how we can help from Congress to those two projects to move it forward, to get it included. What do you need from us? What do you need from Congress? What do you need from the government of Puerto Rico to make that happen? And if I can count on reaching out to your office to work with a non-federal sponsor to determine how we can best improve the outlook to get the start of the Caño Martin Peña, and if there's any issues that hinder its inclusion in the work plan under the construction account.
So ma'am, this is General Spellman. I'll begin. First, I will tell you, I'll be in Puerto Rico next week. I'm going to go walk and see all these projects again, and I'll have a more detailed update after I'm there. I will tell you, Congress is doing everything they need to be doing to help us on Caño Martin Ecosystem Restoration Project. The President's 22 budget offers us $2.15 million. We're going to use that to conduct preliminary engineering and design of the project, and that's an important prerequisite we need to have complete before we go back to the administration and request construction funding. So again, we want to complete the design, and then we'll go ask for the construction dollars. As you already know, the San Juan Harbor, we already have the money from Congress that was given to us in the 19 work plan to complete preliminary engineering and design. That will be done next month. And then that will allow us to seek in our next budget proposal to the Secretary construction funding. And anyway, I just want to say we appreciate your leadership and passion for these projects.
I know my time expired, Madam Chair. I will submit for the record a list of all the questions, and I hope we can see you next week in Puerto Rico. Yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Colon. Mr. Stanton, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First, let me address my questions to General Spellman. General Spellman, my home state of Arizona has a number of critically important ecosystem restoration and flood protection projects, but for far too long, they haven't received the support that they need from the Corps. And as I've reviewed the budget proposal and previous work plans, it is clear to me that Arizona is not getting its fair share. This current budget proposes less than $5 million for the entire state of Arizona, one of the most populous states in the country. And all of that funding is directed to operation and maintenance. Sadly, it includes nothing to advance construction of the Little Colorado at Winslow Flood Protection Project, nothing for ecosystem restoration projects, including Rio Salado, Tres Rio, and Rio Salado Oeste, and nothing to advance critical feasibility studies at Cave Buttes Dam and the Agua Fria Trilby Wash. General Spellman, will you commit today to working with me to address these glaring funding shortfalls shortfalls and help advance these and other critical Arizona water resource projects?
Congressman, yes, we will absolutely work with you. One of the criteria that we use when we send our proposals to the assistant secretaries, we want to finish what we start. And certainly Trace Rios is a great example of that.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, although unfortunately the budget presented doesn't reflect that, but you are an honorable person. I take you at your word. Mr. Pinkham, same question for you. Will you work with me and the Arizona delegation to get to address these glaring funding shortfalls for the state of Arizona?
You have my commitment, sir.
We've spoken at length previously about Trace Rios, an ecosystem restoration project along the Salt and Gila River corridors that is only partially complete. And I am disappointed and frustrated that funds have not been allocated to complete the project's post-authorization change report. The 2020 WRDA directs the Corps to prioritize this report, and it is imperative that the Corps do just that. With each passing day, we risk missing the chance, and yet another chance to adjust the project's 902 limit, which is necessary to complete its construction. General Spellman, do you agree that the Corps should finish this project, which it has started?
I do agree we should finish it. Sir, I'm going to give you my my humble assessment, and I may be wrong. Please. I hope I'm wrong. I think this project has an image problem because I've seen others like it across the nation. So first, I will tell you that I have two non-federal sponsors, the Gila River Indian Community and the City of Phoenix, and they both want different things moving forward. So I've told my team in the field, we've got to narrow that gap before we take our next proposal to the Secretary. And I've dug through this because this has not seen federal funding in some time. So I've dug through the budgetary documents, and I will tell you, we are highlighting too many recreation components in this project where we need to be focused on the Corps' mission of aquatic ecosystem restoration. I've asked my team to work with the non-federal sponsors. Let's clean all of that up. And then if we're offered an FY22 work plan from Congress, we will put forth a better proposal to the Secretary.
It's a critically important project to me as a former mayor of Phoenix. I know currently to the City of Phoenix, to our nearby tribal communities, but it has received funding and support, and we don't want that money to go to waste. Mr. Pinkham, I'm going to ask you the same question. Should the Corps complete this critically important restoration project in Phoenix?
Representative Stanton, like General Spellman, and I'm not as familiar with this project as he is, but certainly it'd be something I will coordinate with him to make sure that something is made possible to address the concerns you're raising.
I appreciate that very much. We have advocated this for a long period of time. We've gotten verbal assurances. We've done our part to get the right language in the various reports, and now it's time for the Corps to do their part. Another important provision in the 2020 WRDA is Section 162, which ensure the Corps has the authority to review and modify the water control manual at Roosevelt Dam. With climate change expected to bring increased temperatures and higher precipitation variability on the Salt and Verde watersheds, both of which provide critically important water to the greater Phoenix metro area, successful management will require existing water infrastructure operations to be adaptable. So I appreciate your team engaging with us on this and ask you to keep me updated on its implementation. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm about to run out of time, so I will yield back and submit my additional questions for the record and hope to get responses in the near future.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Steele, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Napolitano and Ranking Member Rouser for hosting this hearing and giving me time to speak about an issue that's incredibly important and urgent to Orange County. Before being elected to Congress, I served on the Orange County Board of Supervisors. During my time on the board, I worked with the LA Army Corps District to fund and complete the Surfside, Sunset, and Newport Beach replenishment project on the Orange County coastline. This issue has a long history, but the short version is this. More than 60 years ago, the construction of the coast by the federal government narrowed our beaches, and in the time since, the coastline has eroded. Erosion is a major safety issue, not to mention it is hurting our wildlife and our Orange County ecosystem. The Army Corps started fixing this damage by adding sand back to our beaches, but they stopped funding the project in 2000. My constituents feel abandoned by Army Corps. Every day this project goes unfinished, the taxpayers of Orange County are left on the hook to pay more and are living in a higher risk of a natural disaster causing major destruction of loss of life. I have local resolutions and support letters from Orange County, Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, Seal Beach, and photos from the July 2020 Newport Beach flood I would like to submit for the record. As we speak, my district is bracing for extreme high tides that could hit Newport Beach anytime. My constituents are fearing another flood like the last July that inundated streets, drenched homes and businesses along the Balboa Peninsula. Newport Beach has already closed the beach parking lot to protect its visitors and residents. Last year, COVID kept the beaches closed, but now thousands have returned to area, leaving the risk much higher. City workers are raising sand berms on the Balboa Peninsula and handing out sandbags to residents, hoping to avoid flood brought by high waves last 4th of July. I requested General Spellman for a meeting 3 weeks ago and still waiting patiently, waiting for a reply to set up a meeting. I look forward to sharing these documents with you at our meeting. So General Spellman, you will continue to hear a lot from me about this project. In your testimony today, you said the Corps focuses on work that provide the highest economic, environmental, and public safety returns to the nation and helps communities respond to and recover from flood and other natural disasters. In 2018, estimated 3.74 million tourists spent $565 million while visiting Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, had 7.3 million visitors who spent $1.2 billion, which supported 16,828 jobs in Orange County. In July 2020, Newport Beach saw strong ocean waves overpower the coastline and flood surrounding areas, including neighborhoods and automobiles. Officials had to rescue over 100 people. So my question is, with the lack of action by Army Corps to fund these critical projects, man-made, government-made erosion has continued to reduce the shoreline and create new and enhanced liabilities. Are you concerned with a heightened risk of safety issues, including loss of life and cost to municipalities if these floods continue? The extreme high tide are coming now as we speak. The local officers have shut down the parking lots. When storm comes in and business washed away, who will be held responsible?
So, ma'am, this is General Spellman. First of all, I will tell you that thank you for the invitation to meet with you, and I will have my team set that meeting up as soon as possible. I look forward to discussing this with you. What you're describing in Orange County is not unique to this part of California. We see this coastal erosion across the nation. We see it on the Great Lakes. We see it on our inland waterways. And as you heard me say in previous testimony, the backlog for the Corps' operation and maintenance program today is about $4.25 billion. So we're going to continue to make our best recommendations to the Secretary to get after these issues. Certainly, life safety is the first priority, the first criteria we use when we rack and stack these projects and take our proposals. But ma'am, I look forward to working with you in more in detail on this, and I look forward to our office call.
I love to look at the budget because General Spellman, I have more questions, and actually I have more questions.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
My time's expired, I know. So I'm gonna do everything in writing, and I'll submit my writing of all these questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Mr. Cohen, you're recognized. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, I'd like to discuss a strictly local issue, the Byhalia pipeline. with Mr. Pinkham. Mr. Pinkham, we've talked about this, and I appreciate your time, and I look forward to working with you on this. The Byhalia crude oil pipeline goes through low-income African-American communities that have been burdened with a lot of industrial pollutants for years. One of the representatives of the pipeline company called this the point of least resistance. In the city of Memphis, many people in the city of Memphis are up in arms about it, feeling that this is wrong to put another potentially hazardous facility of our project, which could leak into our aquifer through this community and jeopardize the drinking from water from the well field that goes through this community. The Army Corps permitted the construction through the 2017 version of nationwide permit NWP 12. The Corps is committed to a environmental policy and being a good partner in the environment, and yet this project was not taken into consideration community issues. As the Corps is committed to securing environmental justice,
and then I want to have the answer, and then at the same time, just
consider environmental justice.
And
the Corps has an obligation to consider those effects now for this community.
then ask them that, let's set up a meeting.
Representative Steele, please mute your mic, Representative Steele.
Mr. Pinkham, are you there?
I'm here, Representative Cohn.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you for your letter, and also thank you for taking a call from me to discuss this project. And you're right. And I've shared with the Corps leadership that I'd be working on taking a review of the Byhalia project. And you're right. There are some concerns about the environmental justice. What are the impacts to the groundwater, the water that the community relies on? And those are two concerns that I don't take lightly. I'm still taking a look at the project. I got a briefing from the Corps of Engineers, and I'd like to arrange an opportunity for a follow-up conversation as we look at what our options are ahead.
Thank you very much. This is an important issue, and I appreciate your interest. And the people in Memphis, Danny Ward, no, they did their job, but they didn't necessarily look at the environmental justice that the Corps looks at. Another issue in Memphis is Tom Lee Park, and the Corps helped create Tom Lee Park in the 80s with work on the bluff. Now we're looking at making it into one of the finest urban parks in the country and giving a lot of low-income people access to a park where they can enjoy the river and get outside and enjoy the nature. We've applied for we've got a Section 408 permit, which has been submitted, and I'd like to offer my strongest support for the issuance of that permit as soon as possible so construction can begin and you can help us with that project. Got your support?
Sir, this is General Spellman. First, I've been to Tom Lee Park and acknowledged it and had a great briefing from our team out there. But yes, absolutely, we look forward to working with the community on this 408 permission.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lyash, I've got a few questions for you, and I appreciate your service and your earlier remarks. You emphasized in your written material that the TVA's interest in helping work on the environment and how much nuclear is a part of that and how much nuclear is a part of TVA. Modular nuclear can help, but we've got this big plant, which we've talked about at length down in Alabama and Bellefonte, that if we allow it to be attempt to be reconstructed and put back into use, we can take $10 billion of TVA assets and put them to use and really help the economy in Alabama and help Memphis citizens with the utility rates. Can you give me any hope that you will work with nuclear development to try to come up with a solution that helps both the people of Alabama who need that economic incentive and the people of Memphis who need lower utility rates and the whole people of the TVA in the country that need more energy sources that are not pollutants like the coal plants have been in the past?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. As you pointed out, TVA is committed to driving down our greenhouse gas emissions while at the same time maintaining low prices, high reliability, and high resiliency. And there are many facets of doing that, including integration of a significant amount of renewable storage and other technologies. But you are correct. We believe preservation of and extension of our existing nuclear fleet, and construction in the near term, and construction of new nuclear in the long term, 2030s into 2040s, has got to be a part of that solution. Our strategy in nuclear focuses on extending the lives of our current fleet, uprating them to get more from them, building light water small modular reactors and advanced modular reactors that can be replicated across TVA and perhaps across the country or the world. We evaluated completing the Bellefonte plant, and our decision as an entity was that it was neither cost effective nor in the interests of our customers to do so, to invest in that 60-year-old technology, rather more cost effective to invest in new nuclear technologies. We are, as you know, we are currently in litigation with Nuclear Development, who had a contract to purchase that plant, but it didn't meet the conditions to close, and it would have been illegal for us to close. That lawsuit is pending, so I need to refrain from commenting on it. But
Let me interrupt you for a second. Let me interrupt you just a second, which I hate to do because you're so kind to me in your earlier remarks, but have limited time. Hopefully you can resolve that. It does seem like Bellefonte's a place that could be really important for everything you stand for. But another thing is the coal ash in Memphis. We talked about that too, and you promised me you're going to do what you can to remove the coal ash at the Allen Steam Plant, which caused, by the way, a lot of the problems with people in Boxtown in that district I talked about, Pahalia. They have Valero oil and the TVA coal plant. They have 4 times the cancer of people, other people in similar conditions. It's partly because of that. Can you not expedite the removal of that coal ash? Because it affects our Memphis aquifer as well, and it affects the people in that neighborhood.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Can you answer the question?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Congressman, it is a top priority for us to safely and effectively dispose of that coal ash by removing it and moving it to a licensed landfill. And we are committed to mitigate groundwater contamination that may be there as a result of the coal ash and restore that site to a good purpose, economic development for that community. Beginning in late July, after we finish our permitting process with TDEC and EPA, we'll begin moving that ash out of there by truck. We'll be transporting 120 trucks a day and moving that out as quickly as we can safely do so. And you have my commitment that we'll work that project until it's acceptably complete.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
You're very welcome, sir. Mr. Nils is followed by Mr. Huffman, Ms. Norton, and Mr. Brown. Mr. Nils, you may proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to thank General Spellman and Secretary Pinkham for being here. I know that you have heard from many of my colleagues, many of them sharing with you stories, issues that need to be addressed, and I feel certain that you are taking each and every one of their concerns very seriously. I represent Southwest Houston in the great state of Texas, and if you, I feel certain both you gentlemen are familiar with a storm we had reach our shores in Texas called Harvey just a few years ago. I was then the county sheriff for Fort Bend County, and I spent an enormous amount of time, several days, addressing issues related to homes that had water up to their cupboards. We lost life. We had people that were just devastated by Hurricane Harvey. I don't feel I need to have any type of static displays behind me, pictures of Harvey. I'm sure that you all are very familiar with the devastation that storm caused Southwest Houston, and really, quite honestly, most of the state of Texas. So now it's my job as a member of Congress to try to help those people, the people that have been flooded. I can assure you that the water in the streets have receded today, but I'll guarantee that the floodwaters are still in the minds of many of those that lost everything. So now it's my time. It's an attempt for me to work with you all, work with the local county officials and everyone else to find a solution to make sure it doesn't happen again. So I am working with the Willow Fork Drainage District and Fort Bend County Drainage District to prevent upstream flooding of my constituents so that the devastation of Hurricane Harvey does not repeat itself. Because we need both improved storage capacity in Barker and Addicks reservoirs and greater conveyance out of the reservoirs, I'm closely following the solutions that will provide these flood mitigation improvements and help finish the job of the Corps' 1940 Flood Protection Plan for Houston. I'm a big proponent of Willow Fork Drainage District's pilot program. This is a pilot program, otherwise known as the Barker Reservoir Flood Risk Reduction and Park Project, which begins the process of creating the much-needed additional storage in Barker Reservoir. But we cannot stop with this one project. Other areas within Barker and Addicks need to be scoped for similar projects in order to affect the regional flood management benefit. So my question for the good general here is has the Corps commenced an amendment to the master plan for the Barker and Addicks reservoirs that would identify locations where more storage can be created to increase capacity for the purpose of protecting upstream property owners?
Yeah, Mr. Niels, I will get an answer for you. I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that. I am familiar with the pilot. I was just down at Addicks Barker here in the last couple of months, so I do understand the approach that we want to take here. I would just tell you that we're going back to the Secretary for some more time on this particular investigation. We could not reach agreement with our non-federal sponsors on an upstream approach nor a downstream approach. We've been asked to take a look at the feasibility of a tunneling option to improve conveyance from the reservoir out to the Galveston Bay. So that work is ongoing. The technical analysis here is ongoing, and we're going to go to the Secretary once we know a bit more from our partners and ask for a bit more time and do some additional analysis on this other conveyance option.
Well, thank you, General. I just want to let you know that I know that there's a lot of discussions, and I have to tell you, the people want to see action. They want to see their government do everything they can to help protect them. God forbid we ever have another rain event like we had with Harvey. So I'm just saying that there's got to be some solutions to this. I'm going to continue to reach out to you and your team to try to find some answers and at least get the ball rolling. We can't sit on our hands. We are one storm away from devastation again, and we have to do everything we can to find a way to reduce some of this flood mitigation, and I would appreciate your support. So thank you again for being here.
Yes, sir. I assure you no one's sitting on their hands, sir.
Do you yield back, sir?
That I do. Thank you, ma'am.
You're very welcome, and thank you very much. Order of speakers, Huffman, Norton, and Brown. Mr. Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Secretary Pinkham and General Spellman, let me just say I appreciate the amount of preparation that surely both of you had to undertake to get ready for this hearing, because every member of this committee is going to take you on a deep dive on high priority critical infrastructure projects in their district. And I am in awe of your ability to keep up with all of that and have thoughtful, in many cases, quite responsive things to say in response to each of us. So thank you for that. This budget request, in my view, is a real win for the American people. And I think it's up to Congress now to deliver on the ambition of this budget request. We're talking about the largest ever request by any administration for the Army Corps of Engineers, the largest ever proposed transfer from the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. These are things that not only represent a historic investment in our nation's ports, harbors, and waterways. This isn't just an abstract amount. In many cases, this determines whether certainly small ports like the ones in my district are even going to be ports. Because if we don't get our critical maintenance dredging, you don't have ports in places like this. So I'm talking about facilities like the San Rafael Canal, which I'm going to ask you about in a moment. But I'm also hopeful, in spite of the things I certainly liked in this budget, that the Corps will move ahead with the second phase of the Hamilton Wetlands Restoration Project, another priority in my district. Restoring wetlands and creating a natural habitat for endangered species. These are investments that are going to help modernize, that are definitely needed in my district. And then another one is investments in modernizing the operations of Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma to conserve more water, because you know about the critical drought conditions that we are facing. Anyway, it's a long list, and these budget items are not abstract numbers. They make a huge difference for communities and for the people that many of us represent. So Secretary Pinkham, let me take you to San Rafael and ask you about the San Rafael Canal. This channel was last fully dredged in 2002. Today, we have incidents of boaters becoming stuck in sediment that are just increasingly common. Marina operators can't even rent slips anymore because access is totally dependent on tides. Now, the president's budget does request $6.75 million for this project. That's really important, but some of the estimates for a full dredge are significantly higher than that. So I want to just ask you about whether you believe that that amount is sufficient to completely dredge the San Rafael Canal, and if there are any shortfalls, whether you will commit to working with Congress on additional funding as needed to make sure we get the job done.
Representative Huffman and I'm not that familiar with San Rafael and the issues that you're facing. And certainly if there are additional resources and it's within the Corps' capacity, I'd be happy to work with General Spellman on if we can get additional resources to do the work and do it right.
All right, I appreciate that. I will now ask you about Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma. Their operations are really important for the entire Russian River Basin, which is in critical drought conditions right now. Over the last few years, the Corps has worked with a range of stakeholders, including Sonoma Water, to look at updating operations of these reservoirs with forecast-informed reservoir operations, something I have been supporting for many, many years. And I'm very pleased to see that the Corps is finally moving ahead with updating the water control manuals necessary to change operations and ensure that we are operating these reservoirs with the best available science. In the budget justifications, though, the Corps outlined completing the update of the manual at Dry Creek, which is Lake Sonoma. There's an $800,000 request for that. However, it was silent on Lake Mendocino, Coyote Valley Dam, which is frankly well ahead of most other projects in terms of incorporating FIRO. And I just wanted to ask if you could confirm, notwithstanding the absence of a specific justification for that, that the intent of the Corps is to finish and update both sets of manuals.
And sir, if that question is to me, we are in the president's budget for 22 for $860,000 to complete the Lake Sonoma water control manual. And as you said, that should be complete within a year. And we're going to apply everything we learned through the FIRO pilot. As you said, a great program. And we have what we need to do the Lake Sonoma water control manual in the president's budget request as well.
Terrific. That's great to hear. Thank you, General. And lastly, I just want to talk about an exciting project in my district, Hamilton Wetlands Restoration. I see that my time has expired, but the Corps has come a long way with this project. It's time now to move on to the next phase. And I hope I can have a conversation with you, General, about matching this significant state and local funding that's been made available to complete that phase. It's a really wonderful multi-benefit project that I think we'll all be very proud of.
Yield back.
Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. Ms. Norton, you're recognized. Ms. Norton, you're recognized.
Did you call on me?
Yes, I did. You recognize Ms. Norton?
I can't hear you.
I don't know, but
wait a minute.
We
Wait a
can
minute.
hear you.
I'm sorry.
You are now recognized. You may speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Lieutenant General Spellman. It concerns the Corps' proposed rule to restrict the Southwest waterfront. The Washington Channel next to the Southwest waterfront. It's the Washington Channel near Fort McNair. Now, the reason I raised the Southwest waterfront is that that's a major bill of mine. It's still ongoing, which was supported by the Congress. It's reinvigorated the community around that area. I hosted a public meeting with the Army, the Corps, and DC residents and officials to discuss the proposed rule, and DC residents overwhelmingly oppose restrictions on recreational and commercial access to the channel. At the meeting, you may remember your agency could not provide a security rationale or address whether less restrictive measures would provide the same security for Fort McNair. So then I wrote the Secretary of Defense, the new Secretary, Lord Austin, to direct the U.S. Army Military District of Washington and the Army Corps of Engineers to withdraw the proposed rule and to bar these agencies from proposing a similar one. In response, the Army indicated the proposed rule would be paused, and that's where my question comes in, that it would not be finalized until an appointee of President Biden can review it. So now we're 6 months into the Biden administration. Can you provide an update on the pause? Is there an appointee yet?
Ma'am, I can't give you an update. First, there's not an appointee. Mr. Connor has been nominated and is going through the confirmation process right now. Ma'am, just very quickly, any security concerns at the public meeting would have come from the commander of the Military District of Washington, not the Army Corps of Engineers. We're involved because this is a federal navigation channel. As you know, the president elevated this decision by an executive order to a political appointee, Mr. Connor, once he's confirmed. And this action, the details are now here in my headquarters from our Baltimore district. If Mr. Connor asks me for my military advice, I'll dive into the details, get familiar, and I'll give him my best recommendation.
I certainly would appreciate that. We're still waiting. Now, I have another question as well. The Washington Aqueduct, that's been an issue for me, I think ever since I've been in Congress, because it's owned and operated by the Corps, but it provides public water, not only for Washington, D.C., but for the Virginia suburbs. So it's very important to us. Now, I recognize that the Corps does not receive appropriations here. It's paid for only by taxpayers. Now, your agency has highlighted to me the need for an appropriation to continue to maintain the aqueduct without passing on the cost to users. So I understand the difficulty. Now, let me pose two alternatives. Former President Trump and the Secretary of the Army supported selling the aqueduct to the private sector, but I oppose that. This is public water, or to state and local government. I didn't think that was practical. It would require funding from them. Alternatively, and that's my question, a new quasi-government governing body similar to the Tennessee Valley Authority might be a good fit for the Washington Aqueduct and help us solve this problem. What is your view?
Yeah. So, ma'am, we've been asked for a wide variety of assessments on what's the best way to move forward to this, and we've provided those assessments to the Secretary. Ma'am, we will keep the communication channels wide open with you as this dialogue continues. But you are correct; we receive no federal funding. This project is maintained by local or by ratepayers.
And that's the problem. Do you say you have already provided recommendations to the Secretary?
Ma'am, on the quasi federal local, I'm not familiar. I will follow up on that, but there have been other requests from members of Congress for different types of assessments, and we're willing to provide that to you as well.
I wish you would follow up with the administration on this alternative, because I don't think that there is any good alternative right now available to us. And
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Norton. We will proceed to the next speaker, and it's Mr. Weber, followed by Mr. Brown, followed by Ms. Wilson. Mr. Weber.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. These are some questions that may have been asked. I had to step out for another event, so I apologize if they are. This month, both the Corps and the EPA, the agencies, announced it would redo the Trump administration's navigable waters rule and rewrite the definition of, quote, waters of the United States. We call it WOTUS. I have serious concerns with this action, as the Obama administration's rule failed to take into account genuine stakeholder feedback, placed burdensome and confusing requirements on not only farmers, but small businesses, local communities, individuals, and on and on and on. So my question is, how does the Biden administration plan to solicit and incorporate true feedback from those affected by the regulation? And if you can tell me the plan and who's going to be in charge of it, these would be questions for Acting Secretary Pinkham. What is the plan and who's in charge of it, and how do we get feedback on it?
Representative Weber, the strategy is still under development yet, and I'll be working, side by side with EPA on establishing a series of sessions, listening sessions, so that we can, gather the input from all the stakeholders, and they will be held by stakeholders. Also, we're looking at holding regional convenings. And you're right, this is going to be about honest listening. Really looking at what are the concerns from the various perspectives, and making the decisions on how can we find a good balanced rule that provides people with a sense of durability, so that we can move forward. So we're committing to, and it's going to be time consuming, and it should be time consuming and deliberative, to solicit as much input as we can take. And I foresee it as being an exhaustive effort, a necessary effort.
So right now, Mr. Secretary, the rule has not been canceled. Is that correct or not correct?
At this time, the rule has not been canceled.
Do you foresee it being canceled in the foreseeable future?
That's going to take a lot more discussions with some of our interagency partners on what are the immediate steps, and no commitment on the most immediate steps of whether it's going to be canceled or not.
Of course, it's a big thing for me. I'm from Texas. I'm from an agrarian state, and not to mention an industrial state. We have a lot of energy and stuff in our state. So it's a big concern for my district. Would you say, or do you know at this point, is there a priority assigned to this rule, quote unquote, rule change? What's the number? Number 1, 12, 28?
Well, I guess for Army Corps of Civil Works, I would say it's certainly within my top 3 priorities to work on this project.
Top 3 priorities.
Yeah.
So is that to say, Mr. Pinkham, that you have problems with the rule the way it's currently in place?
Well, Congressman Weber, I think everybody has concerns with the rule as it currently exists. And some of the concerns even involve kind of interpretation and how we apply it on the ground. Kind of misalignment of, how do we define what is a historic or a formerly converted crop lands, and differences of interpretation. So certainly there are some concerns even about how we apply it on the ground.
So if this is one of your top 3 concerns, as you just stated, going in actions to take care of, what are the top 3 concerns? You just stated one rule. How do you, what a concern? What's your next 2 top concerns with the rule?
Well, I would say one of my other top concerns is working on the budget right now, making sure that we.
But I mean, Mr. Pinkham, I mean as it relates to the rule, the WOTUS rule. What are the top 3 issues with the rule? How do you define the the cropland that's been visually designated? And what's your number 2 and number 3 concern with the
Oh.
rule?
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Congressman Weber, I must have misunderstood your question, but
Okay.
well, I think my biggest concern is the fact that there's a lot of divisiveness over the interpretation of the rule. And, you're hearing the both sides of this spectrum, how can we kind of mediate the differences to make sure that, people continue to practice good, sound agriculture and know that their farms will be productive and stay within the family. And at the same time, how do we prepare for the changing climate conditions? We've got drought in some areas. So one is finding a rule that everybody agrees on, and or as much agreement as possible. So that's number one. Number two is to make sure that we find ways that we can avoid the kind of the complications of applying it on the ground. And I guess the third one is, just to make sure that we've got good community engagement, that we have a strong outreach effort and don't leave any voices left unheard.
Have you ever heard it
Mr. Time
said?
has expired.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Then I will yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Mr. Brown, you're on the list now. You may speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you and your colleagues on the Water Resources and Environment Subcommittee for allowing me to wave on this morning. General Spellman, as you know, the Anacostia watershed is one of the most urbanized watersheds within the Chesapeake Bay region, and 86 square miles are located in Prince George's County, Maryland, the greater part of which I have the privilege to represent. I don't represent the land, I represent the people around the watershed. In 2018, the Chief of Engineers and your immediate predecessor signed the Chief's report for the Anacostia watershed study in Prince George's County, and this report allowed for the authorization of the project in the Water Resources and Development Act of 2020. The continued enhancement of the Anacostia watershed is critical to the environmental health of my district and the state of Maryland. Protecting and restoring the Anacostia River will benefit all of the residents living in its watershed, as well as future generations. And I'm very pleased to see that President Biden included $30 billion in construction funds in his budget request. These funds will be used to restore degraded in-stream habitat and create opportunities for fish passage as part of the Anacostia Watershed Restoration Project. And I believe it's imperative that the Appropriations Committee fund this project at the level in the budget presented or requested by the President. So General Spellman, the President's budget request provides for robust funding for this project. Can you speak to the local and regional benefits of this project and why it's a good investment of federal dollars? And also from your perspective, what are the next steps for this project?
Yeah, Congressman Brown, first I would tell you we're very excited about this project. We appreciate Congress authorizing this in Word of 20, and we certainly appreciate the President's budget request of $30 million. We believe we're on a path that we could get, if dollars are appropriated, to start this work in October of 22, and this will be less than a 2-year effort. It is going to restore 7 miles of river habitat at 6 locations and restore fish passage at 4 miles. Again, sir, those are the highlights. We are very much looking forward to working with the state and our partners there and moving this project forward.
Great. Well, look, I really appreciate it. I appreciate you, your leadership team, everyone at the Corps of Engineers for what you do, not only in my district, in the National Capital Region, but around the nation. So thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity to pop in on your subcommittee hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Ms. Wilson, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Chair Napolitano and Ranking Member Rosser, for calling this important hearing. And thank you to today's witnesses for illuminating President Biden's budget priorities to protect our waterways, increase infrastructure resiliency, and fund critical projects. As the founder and co-chair of the Florida Ports Caucus and a representative of Miami-Dade County, today's discussion is of critical importance to me and my fellow Floridians. Florida's top two industries, tourism and agriculture, largely depend on our waterways. As a result, a robust water infrastructure system and effective flood mitigation efforts are critical to Florida's economy and public health. I look forward to working with the Army Corps of Engineers and local Miami leaders to find effective solutions to mitigate destructive storm surges along the South Florida coast. Now more than ever, it is imperative to provide increased funding for critical programs such as the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, programs that address water pollution, and funding to preserve the Everglades. Mr. Pinkman, I'm glad to see that the funding level has increased to $350 million for the South Florida Everglades Restoration Program. However, I'm concerned about the ability to fund the $7 billion needed to complete all of the Everglades restoration projects. In your opinion, with the current funding levels, are we still on schedule to meet the 2030 deadline? If not, what are your plans to meet it? This is for Mr. Pinkman.
Representative Wilson, I appreciate the comment. And if I could defer to whether we're on time or on track, if I could defer that question to General Spellman, who has a deeper history and understanding of the project.
No problem.
Ma'am, I'd be happy to take that on. Currently, the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program this year will receive 70% of our aquatic ecosystem restoration budget nationally, 70%. At that funding level, it would take us about 17 years to complete the 68 projects in the SFR program. Even if Florida received 100% of my aquatic ecosystem restoration project, it would take over 13 years to complete that program. So I think we've got to think about this differently. I have some ideas that I'm working and pushing my team on. For example, the wetland attenuation feature associated with the Lake Okeechobee Water Restoration Project. This is water supply north of the lake. That's about $1 billion additional reservoir. I've challenged my team, come back to me, can we add additional aquifer storage recharge wells at $5 million a piece and get the same water supply benefit? I've challenged my team to look harder at research and development. Are there other ways that we can get after these harmful algal blooms that are plaguing the state, not just around Lake Okeechobee, but everywhere, to come up with more meaningful solutions aside from billion-dollar projects? So we're taking that on as well. And last, I will tell you, I am trying to accelerate the schedule by the use of a rare tool that the administration has and offers us, and that's a continuing contract authority. So I would like to apply that in fiscal year 23 to the Everglades Agricultural Area Reservoir. We know we can prove it mathematically that on projects of that size and scope, we can save years and hundreds of millions of dollars in project execution by just having that authority. It brings down risk for our contractors, there's less contingency, and we're just more effective.
Okay, thank you. I hope I don't run out of time, but last year, Lieutenant Spellman, the Army Corps of Engineers released its first proposal for the Miami-Dade County Back Bay study to find solutions to protect the vulnerable South Florida coast from storm surges. This proposal included constructing a 20-foot high seawall along 6 miles of coastline, which would bisect neighborhoods, lower property values, and impact tourism. Local leaders voiced their concerns about this proposal. Can you commit today that the Corps will work with local leaders to ensure that alternative nature-based solutions are incorporated into future proposals?
Ma'am, absolutely. This was one of several proposals that we put on the table, and that's why we do that, to get meaningful feedback from the public. But as I said in my opening statement, we absolutely want to do more engineering with nature everywhere we work across the Corps. You have my commitment.
Thank you, and I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. We appreciate that. And that wraps up all the members on queue to ask questions. But General, I understand that the Corps mission has the 3 missions, but I'd like to submit that we support the study that you're doing on the water storage and delivery. I sure am, well, somehow we need to add the water storage and delivery to your mission because it's so important. You have so many dams and you have so much water that you can help ease the drought sections in many areas.
Ma'am, I would just say there are over 1,500 dams in the state of California. A small percentage of those are the Corps. Some are from the Bureau, but many are state. In a perfect world, I would recommend we would have a forecast informed reservoir operation validation done on all of those, just because of the greatness that we saw at Lake Mendocino. I think we're going to repeat that at Prado. I think we're going to have a similar effect up at Howard Hanson Dam in the state of Washington. I think we need to do more of that type of research and development.
May we follow up with you on that, sir? May we follow up with you on that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. As you heard from many of the members, both sides, your budget is not enough to take care of all the backlog. Is there any way of actually assessing the backlog that you have so that we have an idea of how much more we need to infuse into Army Corps to get the job done? Because
Ma'am,
it's a security issue, it's an environment issue, it's a commerce issue, especially dredging.
Ma'am, that's a long answer. I would love the opportunity to have my team sit down with you and your staff and walk you through how we see our current backlog.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. I look forward to it. We will not have a second round. Sorry, Mr. Master, Mr. Graves, please submit the questions in writing for the committee to follow up with you. And I do ask unanimous consent that the record of today's hearing remain open until such a time as our witnesses have provided answers to any questions that may be submitted to them in writing. And also, please forward a copy to the subcommittee so we are able to understand the issues. And unanimous consent that the record remain open for 15 days for any additional comments and information submitted by members or witnesses to be included in the record of today's hearing. And without objection, so ordered. I would like to thank all our witnesses. General, you've been great. Mr. Pinkham, you've been very helpful. Mr. Lajas and Mr. Avila, I'm sorry for all the delay that you've been and ask forgiveness for the indulgence you have to put through. Thank you very much, Governor. Excuse me, General Spellman.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me. Our gratitude to the men and women of the Corps for their fine job in all of they're always performing. And for our members, as you can see, that some of them are very grateful. And I would like to make sure that we thank our staff on both sides for the great job they've done. If no other members have anything to add, the committee does stand adjourned. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, ma'am.